Well, a very good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Coles 2019 Athletics Victoria Track and Field Championships. Of course, welcome to the live stream brought to you by AthsVic TV. Just about to get underway for our first event on the track, which is a series of 3,000 metre steeples. We'll then head in to the heats of the 100 metres. And we'll have a short break this afternoon due to the weather. Top temperature of 38 degrees today. It is hot, hot, hot. So Lakeside Stadium under a beautiful blue this morning, no clouds in the sky. Temperature at the moment is around 30 degrees and that wind is gusting from the north at around 20 k's an hour. So not too long before our first event, we've got a plethora of field events today. The under 14 girls javelin are just starting to warm up, as we can see, and then the discus throw, and we also have a triple jump starting a little later in the program. So ladies and gentlemen, our first track event is just about to get underway. We'll take this opportunity to introduce our starters. This is the under 20 men's 3,000 metre steeplechase final. We have 9 starters. Station number 1 from Tasmania. Big warm welcome to Harvey Chilcott. Station number 2 from Western Athletics. Under 18 finalist in this event last year, Robert Veitz. Station 3 from Western A is Jackson Glover. Station 4 from Box Hill, Kieran Hess. Station 5 from Wodonga. Finalist in the under 20 event last year is Ryan Blackwell. Station 6 from Frankston, Lachlan Eno. Station 7, the gold medalist from the under 18 competition last year from South Melbourne, Mitchell Waring. Station 8 from Albury Athletics, the silver medal in the under 20 competition, Marcus Evans. And in Station 9 from Deakin, we have Tynan Mims. That's the field for our first track event. So that field introduced, and another big warm welcome to our friends at Livestream. First race to get underway. So 7.5 laps the journey. We'll be joined shortly by Tim Crosby, who will carry us through for the rest of the steeplechase events. But you can see the wind gusting. Tricky conditions here at Lakeside this morning. As we mentioned, the wind coming from the north, around 25 k's an hour. We'll be able to tell the blustery conditions of our marquees, which are causing a little grief, and also probably to our cameraman David Armstrong picking up the pictures outside of those marquees. But as always, he's an absolute tyrant on the camera. So no one wants to take the lead in the first 250 metres of this steeplechase. The Victorian record held by Richard Jeremiah from Deakin, set that in 2002 of 8:41.55. So I don't think that record will be under jeopardy today. The pace relatively slow as the gentlemen spread out. Field of 9. Harvey Chilcott from Tasmania. It's great to see a number of Tasmanians coming to support the Athletics Victoria State Track and Field Championships. And a shout out to their high performance manager, Susan Andrews. So a big thank you to Susan. And of course, Gabby Steele, Executive Officer of Athletics Tasmania, supporting our competition here. So Lachlan Eno from Frankston looks around, wants someone to give him a bit of a hand in the first stages of this race. Chilcott answers the call, sitting in second. Kieran Hess third, and Mitchell Waring from South Melbourne in fourth at the moment. So that's the top 4. Veitz from Western A's next. So 6 laps to go. So Chilcott now muscles for the lead, picks up the pace down the back straight. 5 1/4 to go. Staying with him at this stage in the Frankston colours of Frankston, my apologies, of Lachlan Eno. A young man from South Melbourne, Mitchell Waring. He was the gold medalist in the under 18 event last year over the 2K distance. So the battle now out in front between Chilcott, preparing quite early as they steeple. So at this stage, action looking really relaxed and comfortable. So welcome to the first time for the live stream coverage and in arena, Tim Crosby. Tim, welcome to day number 2.
Thank you, Claire. It's not a pleasant morning out there. I've just been at park run. They had over 500 park runners out at Albert Park this morning. And the wind is definitely illustrated.
Plugged in. You're not plugged in. I don't know.
Yeah, so Glenn, it's not a pleasant day out there today. I've just been at park run with over 500 park runners, and gee, they were complaining about that wind down the back straight. Luckily, a few of the Grand Prix barriers out there giving them a little bit of wind protection, but we haven't got that here inside at Lakeside. And we see Chilcott's still doing well. Eno tucked in nicely. I thought Waring was going to make a move on that last lap, but he's quite content there to sit where he is.
I get it right, they keep giving me the job.
So Kieran Hess running quite well at the moment as well. Then it's Shanahan. Sorry, it's Glover from Western Athletics. Then Whites. The Deacon runner there is Mims. Marcus Evans from Albury Athletics. And we've also got his compatriot from across the river from Wodonga. That's Ryan Blackwell. So not much changing out front. In fact, what is changing is the gap to third. So 1 and 2 have made a very good break here, midway through the race. So Eno quite happy to just let the Tasmanian do the leading here. Obviously running for that gold Victorian medal and the championship. Chilcott going for time. Times will be hard to get in these conditions. It's already quite warm, and the northerly wind is making life quite difficult. Just watching them over the water, and Eno's made a move there. He was very clean through the water jump as we watch the next pack coming through. So good clearance there by the next 3, and that included Glover. But Eno deciding he's taking his turn out front and just forcing that pace. Chilcott just going with him. So we're seeing Glover starting to make his move. Waring does appear to be tiring because he hadn't got a challenge as they went past. So it's now Glover and Hess. They're 2nd and 3rd in the Vic contention at the moment. Waring slipping to 4th. Then Whites moving nicely. The next of the Western Ats runners. Mims comes through to get 3 to go.
So this early stage, Tim, pretty individual.
Yeah, 1 sugar. The only one who might be able to make that move on Eno, but I can't see that happening, is Eno now. Beautiful through the water. It was on that last one where he took the lead. He's just had a peek over his shoulder to see what was going on. And you'll see that the gap is now probably approaching 50 metres to Glover. So coming down to get two to go.
So Tim, some great pictures from the team at Asvic TV doing a great job this morning.
I love that we've got the close-up shot here of the water jump so I can do my assessment. I haven't done scoring yet. We will be doing that during the day. But actually all of these guys are coming through the water beautifully. At the under-20 level, we would expect that. As we drift down through the age groupings, we might see all sorts of stuff going through the water. And unfortunately, it looks like Mitch Waring's out of this one. He's just pulled off to the side. So shame there for Mitch, who won the under-18s last year in the 2K event. Had a few injury problems leading into this season. And probably not quite there, ready for this championship at the moment. But Chilcott now has made a decisive break over Eno. And with coming around, they'll get the bell, and I reckon that will be the winning move. Glover comfortable, Hess looking comfortable as well. I'd say the medals might be decided there. So Chilcott should take this out. Another good clearance. Eno just a bit sloppier on that one, so obviously starting to tire. He's just got to concentrate now on nailing this last 500 metres as he comes around, and he will hear that lovely sound of the bell. So Chilcott's starting to move forward. Time check, it's about 8:10 now, so it's going to be a reasonable performance here. Probably not up with where they're at because of the conditions. 9:53, I think, won this event last year, Glenn, so it looks like they will be ahead of that schedule. So the majority of competitors now moving on to that last lap. And Glenn, this is where the barriers appear to rise by about another 6 inches each time they go around.
It's pretty tough out there, Tim, particularly in the weather, but also you run a 3,000 metres with
35 barriers.
Correct.
Yeah.
And a water jump.
And a water jump, but that will cool them down a bit today. But gee, Chilcott's impressive. As a former Tasmanian, Glenn, you'd be pretty proud of this.
Well, he took a little while to get going this morning. As we mentioned, no one really wanted to take the lead, but Chilcott doing a great job. This race is certainly his for the taking, and he's out there in front, as we mentioned. Big contingent of Tasmanians coming across this weekend, which is awesome to see.
It is awesome, and it's great to have them here because they do add something to this event. So Eno's successfully through the last of the water jumps. He's got one more barrier and he will get that Victorian Championship. But let's give it here to Harvey Chilcott for taking out the race. It is a pretty good time, 9:30 something in these conditions. That, Glenn, is great. That augurs well for national champs for Harvey Chilcott. So let's get behind Eno. Don't need to look behind anymore, Lockie, because you've got this in the bag. You'll get the Victorian gold and the championship, and hopefully off to nationals to represent your state. And a sub 10-minute performance. Gee, let's see if we can get Glover in. This is a big performance from Glover. Sub 10 in these conditions. He'll get it, and that's a big, big run. And then Hess will just be shy of the 10-minute mark, but not far off it. Yet again, looking good for national championships. White's a big developer in this discipline. Certainly one to be watching for in the next few years as he moves through to senior ranks with the Western Athletics Brigade out there, who are great program. Some great talent coming through.
So just make sure before we run through the finish line.
So Mims from Deakin next to finish. And we'll round it out with our two Northern Victorians. From Albury, Marcus Evans coming through. And Blackwell from Wodonga will round out the field here in this under-20 event. So actually very good performances all around here. Let's see if we can get Blackwell under the 11 minutes. Come on, Ryan, just kick it in a little bit. We want them all under 11, and that will happen. That's good running here in this under-20 competition in these conditions. Complete field under the 11-minute mark.
But there's two of them now. I didn't think we were going to have two.
So, Tim, first race completed. We're still, of course, bringing you live pictures and commentary from Lakeside Stadium on ASVIC TV.
Yeah, it's good to have the live stream going today, Glenn, and welcome to all of the viewers out there.
So just to recap, a plethora of steeplechase events taking us right through to about 10:45 this morning, and then we have the first of our heats of the 100 metres. So we had the first night of action last night, Tim. We saw a number of 1500s, and of course the 5,000 metre walk was probably your highlight with the under 17s, under 18s and under 20s.
Oh, well, I did like the move of the 5K walk. It usually starts the program on the Friday afternoon, but I think our master timetable maker Ross Cunningham was it a brilliant move, and the walkers would have really appreciated that, Ross. So I think if you wander down to the Albert Park Walks Club, you will be a popular man from here on in. But it was a good move because it enabled them to actually, and as we saw, there's some good performances in that walk. Very impressive. The Piat girls from Ballarat were down and looked fantastic. And some great walking. But it was a good night of athletics. A balmy night, Glenn. It was the wind was down, unlike today, and those 1500s were hot. The 400s were pretty good too. Yeah,
lots to look forward to in this afternoon's and this morning's telecast. So just a reminder, we do have a break a little later in the program for the heat, but we're getting ready for our second event as we'll get you, Tim, to introduce the next steeplechase.
So on the line now for the men's under 18 2,000 metre steeplechase. We have 8 starters in Station 1 from Mentone, Nikolai Georgievic. Station 2 from Geelong Guild, Jack Coltish. Station 3 from Mornington Peninsula, Joshua Yates. Station 4 from Old Scotch, Sebastian Brasington. Station 5 from Wendouree, Brendan Patterson. Station 6 from Diamond Valley, Aidan Roberts. Station 7 from Wendouree, Matthew Caddison. And Station 8 from Wendouree, Harry Sharp. 8 starters in the final of the men's under 18 2,000 metre steeple.
So it should be an interesting race, Tim. The gold, silver and medalists from 2018 in Sharp, Caddison and Roberts back to repeat their marvellous effort from last year.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Caddison over the summer. Sharp's continuing on his merry way, and Roberts is one who's made a major step up this season. There's a lot of good stuff happening in Diamond Valley at the moment, and Aidan Roberts is certainly one of those.
So as we look at the picture from the left-hand side, that's Harry Sharp, was our gold medalist from last year. Next to him, Matthew Caddison was third, and then Aidan Roberts in the Diamond Valley strip of the green and black. They're your first, second and third place getters from 2018.
The ones to watch for, though, Georgievic in the Mentone colours, is he's certainly having a good season. Coltish going well. He's a very big, strong lad, this one. Probably well suited to the steeplechase. And Brasington, bit of a new name. I've seen him run a few of the Milers Clubs and the Box Hill Classics. And Sebastian Brasington is starting to move nicely into this event grouping. So quite an exciting field here. All 8 will have a chance. But Harry Sharp, renowned for his ability to win races. And that's an innate quality that you do like to have in a young athlete. And Harry Sharp can be very hard to beat if he's around when it comes to the bell.
So just got an update from our competition director. Do have a little bit of an issue with our electronic start system. So we have 4 points at each of the start points. So our tech team are looking at that at the moment. Let's see if we can get the results from the first of our steeplechase events, the medal ceremony, a little later in the broadcast. So Harvey Chilcott first from Tasmania, 9:33.26. Lachlan Eno from Frankston, 9:47.43. Jackson Glover was third from Western A's, 9:56.47. Kieran Hess from Box Hill, 10:03.04. Looks like a faster performance from him. His seat time was 10:15, so congratulations to Kieran. Fifth was Robert Weitz from Western A's, 10:15.48, also under his seat time. Sixth, Tynan Mims from Deakin, 10:24.60. Seventh, Marcus Evans from Albury, 10:47.60. And eighth, Ryan Blackwell from Wodonga, is 10:58.66. So that's how they sit in the results for the first event, the under 23,000 metre steeplechase. So still a little bit of a technical issue. We have the marvellous Lucy McCormack from MSAC heading across to help us out in the corner over the 1,500 metre start. Action, of course, brought to you by Asphic TV. Big thank you to the team here today. Might nearly be time to head down for a presentation. So competition also underway in the jumps down the back straight. So ladies and gentlemen, very shortly we head to the first of our presentations, which is the under 20 men's 3,000 metres.
Move to the presentation for that event, which is the under 20 men's 3,000
I was bringing two and it's like,
Third place in the Victorian Championship with a time of 10:03.04. Representing the Box Hill Club, it's Kieran S.
They rock it. I've now got one of them.
Silver in the Victorian Championship. The personal best time of 9:56.47. Representing Western Athletics, Jackson Glover. Second overall, the gold in the Victorian Championship with a time of 9:47.43. Representing Frankston, Lachlan Eno. And our winner from Tasmania, a time of 9:33.26, Harvey Chilcott.
So Tim, great to see Harvey, as we mentioned, come across and take out the victory and be acknowledged for his performance in the steeple.
Exactly right, and you know that time 9:33. I think he'll be relatively happy with that. It's might not be right at PB. He's got a seed time of 9:20, but as I said, going into national champs, a run like that will be a good strengthener for him, Glenn.
Yeah, well, as we said, the entries are open for national champs, which will be held in Sydney from the 1st to the 8th or 7th of April at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre.
Very impressed with Eno. Has had a habit of dropping off late in races, but I think we saw a stronger Lockie Eno there today. So, and also Glover, very, very happy with it. The crowd at Western A is going to be very pleased with Jackson there. Sub 10, that's no mean feat.
I think the other thing that's really impressive is that these gentlemen have come right through the age groups. They competed last year, they're staying in this event, and there's been lots of controversy about, you know, steeple being an easy event. Our own James Coleman from Athletics Victoria will compete later in the open steeplechase, but it's a tough event. You know, it's like any of the disciplines, hurdles, walks, etc. It's hard enough running 3K, Tim, but put 25 barriers in there as well. You need endurance, strength. You also need some talent.
Well, you do, and we are seeing that, you know, Victoria is quite strong at this event, always have been, and there are a few little good groupings of steeple runners coming through. That age group in particular was very strong today, so I'm pleased with that. Not an event that you want to race week in, week out though, Glenn. That's one of the traps that some of the younger athletes do fall into. Often with the better athletes, you're just going to, you know, get a few events. So we're getting ready for one of the jumps.
This is the under-14 triple jump, round 3 completed. So our competitors from Mornington Peninsula, Gina Davey; from Wyndham, Ella Burke; from Albury Athletics, Ashley Carty; from Mentone, Alana Dunstan; from Frankston, Ellie Simons; from Chilwell, Eve Cannon;
so the first
from Ringwood, Evangeline Chung; from
One,
Essendon,
two, test, 1, 2.
From Mornington, Sarah Hughes; and from Alberni, Sienna Farrell. So first three rounds have been completed.
We do two at the top, and then we go down and we do it again. And then I think it's one.
So the presentation of the women's under-14 javelin who are receiving the bronze medal with a throw of 20 meters 80 from the Donga, Charlotte Street. And receiving the silver medal with a throw of 29 meters 73 from East Caribbean, Tatiana Carver. And the gold medalist with a throw of 33 meters 76 from Sandringham, Abby Bowman. A big congratulations to Abby, to Tatiana and Charlotte in the under-14 women's javelin throw.
So over at the triple jump competition underway, our apologies, we just interrupted our transmission to take a medal presentation with Ross Cunningham, our competition manager. Also steps in this week to become Athletics Australia's sport delivery manager, while Michelle James heads on maternity leave, so looking forward to that project, Tim.
That's quite an impressive title, Glenn.
So this is Gina Davey on the runway.
Competition in the men's under 14 triple jump, receiving the bronze medal with a jump of 10 meters, 97 from Diamond Valley, Ryan Scott. And receiving the silver medal with a jump of 11 meters, 23 from Athletics Chilwell, Om Patil. And our gold medalist with a jump of 11 meters 41 from Ringwood Athletic Club, Peter Costanzo. So congratulations to Peter, to Om and to Ryan in the under 14 men's triple jump.
So Evangeline Chung from Ringwood. This is round number 4. So under 14 competitors get 3+1 in the triple jump. Waiting for the flag. White flag goes up from our ref.
Always good to see that white flag, isn't it, Glenn? I think it's one of the moments of sort of tension and excitement over in the jumps. And when you're watching some of the big stuff, the whole excitement around that, whether the white or the red goes up, is quite an enthralling part of those field events.
Now, just in case we get a phone call from Brian Rowe, it's not actually the referee, it's the board judge that makes the determination. And thank you to Richard Lavich, our competition director, this afternoon. So, Brian, that email address is richardlavich@gmail.com if there's any complaints in relation to the rules during the telecast.
So Sienna Farrell coming up now from Old Melburnians. So a good takeoff there. Once again, the white flag is up, so be a measure on this one. A few high fives, so I think the coaching brigade happy with that one.
Yeah, look, that's a beautiful thing about Lakeside Stadium, like Olympic Park, Tim. You can get up close and personal. Our coaches right next to the triple jump pit.
And in the shade too, which is a nice spot to be today. So those jumps pit's in a pretty good position over there on the far side of the track.
So just an update, still working on a few technical issues with our starting equipment over at the 1500 metre mark. So our gentleman in the 2K steeple just off the track at the moment, getting a little bit of shade, which is awesome to see. Top temperature of 38 degrees expected here today.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as compared to last night, though, the wind is up. We would hope that that sort of mitigates later in the day, and I believe it will, Glenn. That's the forecast.
Yep.
So tonight could be another stellar event.
So this is Simons from Frankston on the runway.
And that's another white flag, so nice jumping there. Just brushing the sand off. Waiting for the measure.
So our last jumper in round number 4 is about to get on the runway. So 3+1 for our under 14 competitors, goes right up to under 17 in all the field events. So we're now aligned with the national championships, who have 3+1 attempts. So it looks like competition is complete. Yes, it is. Yep. There's Caitlin Christie, sorry. Our board judge and all of our Victorian officials.
Good to see a lot of familiar faces out there too in those blue uniforms, Glenn. Good bunch of people we have out in the field. So hopefully we'll get a little bit of action on the track again fairly soon. So this 2,000 metre steeple under 18 does have a very strong field. So pole vault, looks like they're warming up over there at the moment. And that will be the women's under 20. So Olivia Gross in this one. She would probably come in as nominal favourite. So Liv aiming for the national championships, representing the Geelong Guild Club. So they're just going through the warm-up routine over there at the moment. So a lot of the earlier events today probably going to be bearing the brunt of the weather before we have the break. But for the hundreds, conditions might not be too bad. It could be a bit of a crosswind for them, but maybe a predominant tail. Be interesting to see when they get the wind gauge going, just to assess how that wind is going. It is very blustery, and it is predominantly northerly wind, which is bringing up the heat. But forecast for today is for the wind to ease a little bit later in the day, and then hopefully by the nighttime session it will be relatively calm like it was last night.
Isn't there a seminar up here?
So we're into day 2 of a busy 6 days of Victorian combined Open and Junior Championships. So a split program over 2 weekends. 2 years ago was the last time we did this. Obviously last year with the Commonwealth Games and the trials and the re-programming of the whole schedule leading into the Com Games, we had the separate Opens and Juniors. But this year returning to the very popular combined program. Brought to us by Coles.
Hey, no phones on the track.
So event entries very solid for the whole weekend, similar to what we experienced in the 2017 edition of this event. And once again, it's fantastic to see a sprinkling of interstate and international competitors. We saw some Japanese runners last night in the 400s. There's a few of them in Australia at the moment, while Japan is in their winter period. So not necessarily in fantastic form, but the Japanese are here for a little bit of a training break for them and to start the campaign as they move towards the World Championship cycle, which will end in Doha in October of 2019. Obviously that's a high focus for many of the Australian Open athletes as well, as they move towards the National Championships to be conducted in Sydney.
Oh, shit, I know his face. What's his name again?
A lot of expectation around the 100 metres later today as well. Some big names will be coming out for that, as they start to hone in their skills, particularly the multi-round skills that they need before they go to the Australian Championships. So making sure that they get the progressions and use the conditions accordingly. So still no start on this steeplechase, so waiting for that to come through as we look. They're starting to warm up now in the discus, and that will be the men's under 17s. So 11 starters in that discus competition. They're just going through the warm-up process at the moment. That's Lachlan Hawkes from Wendouree. Just having another little practice of the step through. Good technique there. Great to see our regional competitors here in big numbers. We just saw in that steeple before the Northern Victorians from the Albury Athletic Clubs wearing the teal colours, and also the traditional maroon and white of the Wodonga Club. Geelong Guild stepping into the ring for this practice. And that's Jacob Eastwood. And once again, fantastic to see so many of our club helpers circulating around the stadium wearing their yellow vests. So Athletics Victoria have a system whereby each club is assigned a number of helpers across the various sessions, and without them it is extremely difficult to put on a program such as this. So fantastic for the clubs to get their resources organised, get the club helpers here on time, and then hopefully they have an enjoyable experience out there in the track and the field and in the administration areas. I suppose one of the good things about a delay here in the steeple is that a lot of the water up around the water jump is now starting to evaporate. It's a warm day. And it'll be fantastic once again to have the camera on that water jump. The boys are coming out now, so we will be getting underway fairly soon in this under 18 2,000 metre steeplechase. Last year, Mitchell Waring won it in 6:13.80, probably the highlight of Mitchell's career so far. Big win for him, first Victorian Championship. As we saw, stepped off the track in the under 18s just before. Hasn't had the best of lead-ins with a few injury niggles, but now training with the Hippo squad. And we expect big things from him as we start to move into the winter season. So 6:13.80 was the winning time last year. I wouldn't be surprised if we get much closer to the 6-minute barrier, if not under today. So competitors on the line now for the 2,000 metre steeple. We'll just go through the field again, introducing the field. In Station 1 we have from Mentone, Nikolai Georgievic. Station 2 from Geelong Guild, Jack Coltish. Station 3 from Mornington Peninsula, Joshua Yates. Station 4 from Old Scotch, Sebastian Brasington. Station 5 from Wendouree is Brendan Patterson. From Diamond Valley, Aidan Roberts. 7 is Matthew Caddison from Wendouree, and 8 is Harry Sharp. So automatically it is Harry Sharp and Roberts and Caddison, our top 3. Then we have got Georgievic, as we'd expect him to be featuring in this event, and also the Mornington Peninsula runner there, Joshua Yates. A lot of good things happening in Mornington Peninsula as well. It's interesting to watch the ebbs and flows of the club, but Mornington Peninsula definitely a club on the rise at the moment, Glenn.
Yeah, Tim, sorry, a little puff. Just had to do a bit of emergency repair over at the 1,500 metre mark. Thanks to MSAC and Lucy for getting us back underway. So we're just a tad behind, but early stages in this 2,000 metre steeple.
And I'd say it's status quo as we set off here. Now, the interest will be whether Sharp decides to go for a time. Roberts is tucked in nicely behind him. I'd say at the moment, no, they're not necessarily going for a big time, but it's off to a decent start. As we see Coltish, Brasington, a little bit off the pack early, but as I said, Jack Coltish is a big, strong lad, and he'll certainly have that last kilometre in him.
One thing I have noticed is that the wind has picked up, so it is swirling around here, predominantly coming from the north, so not fun heading down from about the 150 mark at the water jump down the home straight. Tim, it's a little on the breezy side.
Certainly is, but we've got talent in this race, and I expect that talent to really come to the fore. And it's in these conditions that you do see the best really rise, and Harry Sharp is one of those. We've been calling his name for quite a few years here at these Victorian Championships, Glenn, and he is one quality athlete.
Yeah, that's right. 6:11.14, I'm sure you mentioned that, was his winning time over the 2,000 metre distance in the Under-17 Championship last year. different tactical race from the under 20s. So someone actually wants to go out and lead, which is always a big bonus as far as I'm concerned. When they start playing for who's going to lead, it just makes it really tough because you expend more energy worrying about who's taking the lead, and it can affect the back half of your race.
Now, Roberts has got good leg speed over the 8s and 15s and through to the 5K. He's been one of the standout performers coming through the junior ranks. Probably didn't have the best of races at the Victorian Mile Championship, but I think Aidan Roberts is going to come through today and will definitely be a factor in between those two Wendouree boys. So Catterson, as I said, haven't seen much of him lately, and I would be surprised if he's got the toe of the likes of Roberts today, but we will see how that plays out over the next few laps. Now it's a bit of a gap to Georgievic and also the Peninsula runner there in Yates.
Yeah, Sharp's looking really comfortable. He's actually taking the headwind, he's taking the gusts, he's also setting his pace. Love the fact his shoulders are nice and low, his head's in a great position. You know, even after he steeples, he's getting, you know, great elevation as we see him come into the water jump. Nice extension, gets as far as he possibly can.
Yeah, he's probably slightly, technically a little bit better than Roberts through the water, which, you know, that laying into the last few laps can become very important, but potentially Roberts might have the greater leg speed between the barriers. So interesting to also watch them over the standard barriers, because we have got a few different styles. You'll have the hurdle, you'll have what we call the soft step, and you'll also have the push-off step. The two out front are hurdlers. Let's watch them over this next one. Yeah, both are hurdling over, and I think Catterson might be a stepper. Yep. And then Georgievic goes to the hurdle as well.
Roberts is in a good position. He's actually had cover right underneath Harry.
And we've seen on that last lap too a big gap then to third, so I wouldn't be surprised if Roberts makes a move at some stage, because Sharp does have good closing speed. It's going to be interesting to see the tactics here, whether Roberts makes a move and Sharp tries to counter, or if Roberts is content to sit there for another lap and a half.
See how Harry's just starting to lean forward, just starting a little tired at the back half of this race, but he's still looking really strong over the steeples. So I'm looking forward to the last lap. Maybe a sprint dash perhaps, Tim, just for that gold medal. Wait and see.
What we saw there was a nice little attack on the water jump by Sharp. Roberts not too far, and Roberts is going wide on the water as well, which isn't a bad tactic because you get a nice straight run at the water jump rather than coming around the bend at it. So Roberts looks to me like he's got the go, and I think he might be making a move. This is very interesting. And we will go down to Ross Cunningham now for a presentation.
Thanks, Tim. Presentation now for the women.
Receiving the silver medal with a jump of 10 metres 44 from Ringwood Athletic Club, Benjamin Chong. And receiving the gold medal with a jump of 10 metres 81 from Homer, Sienna Farrell. Congratulations to Sienna, Tana, and Gina. The presentations carried out by
Victoria Haratos.
Sharp is really showing his form now, so Roberts still got a bit of work to do here, but Sharp, I think, has got this in the back. He attacked that last water jump, beautiful clearance. Roberts still looking good, but that gap of 6 to 7 metres, I reckon that is too big to bridge in this last 100 now, and what a good run here. It's going to be just the wrong side of 6 minutes, but it is going to be an impressive performance in these conditions. Harry Sharp looking good, Glenn.
Yeah, so great effort from Harry. Led for most of the race, comes back, switches off now, heads across the line. The clock's just stopped a little prematurely.
It was the wrong side of 6, but it was still a very good performance. And we see Catterson, he'll come through for third position. Georgievic had a nice attack at him, but just couldn't get over the top. So unofficial 6.17 and 6.18 there. Then it's Yates in that next position. Coltish, strong finish here, last barrier for Jack and beautifully over, and Brasington. This is a quality field actually. They've all put in good performances. I think we might have had one DNF there too. I'm not sure what happened to Patterson. But Coltish crosses the line. Good run there from Jack. Brasington fairly new to this, and look at that. That's good form finishing across in about 6.45.
So Tim, second race of the day, locked away after that little delay with some of the technical issues from the start, but they're now rectified, so we'll do our best to catch up. Hope you're enjoying the telecast here on ASFIC TV. Plenty of action coming, a series of steeplechase finals. Then we head to the 100 metres, all of our heats, and then we'll have a break at around 1:30, 2 o'clock, when we head back at 6 p.m. for our 400s. Heading across the pole vault. I know you introduced them earlier, Tim.
We'll do the proper introduction now because we do have 3 competitors over there. Representing Box Hill, we've got Sarah Malsom. From Geelong Guild, Olivia Gross. And from Athletics Nunawading, currently on the runway, is Holly Hodges.
So the progressions bar start at 220. It'll go up in 20 centimetre increments up to 340 and then 10 centimetre increments.
So Hodges clearly over that 220 mark. The opening account, and we can see the 2 girls there, Malsom and also Gross, staying in the shade, having a bit of a laugh to each other. Good to see the girls getting on quite well and having a bit of a chat. Nice one, Liv.
So it looks like we're getting ready for the next steeplechase.
We will now introduce the field for the men's 2,000 metre steeplechase under 17, and there are 8 starters. In Station 1, representing Athletics Chilwell, Jaron Hobbs. In Station 2, from Eureka Athletic Club, Declan Emerson. Station 3, from Western Athletics, Thomas Glover. Station 4, from Knox, it's Durham Diol. Station 5, from Mornington Peninsula, Lachlan Hodder. Station 6, from Knox, it's Benjamin Collins. Station 7, we welcome from Tasmania, Edward Golding. And Station 8, from Western Athletics, Liam Morgan. So 8 starters in the final of the men's under 17 2,000 metre steeple. So racing now, good to see the top 4 from last year's under 16s coming through to the under 17 event, and they are Diol, who won it, also Collins, Hobbs and Glover. Liam Morgan, fairly new to the scene in the Western A's colours. It'll be interesting to see how he goes. He's tucked beautifully in the midfield there, but Diol, as you'd quite expect, Darren will take the lead here. And it's Hodder in that next position. So Darren Diol, the tallest in the field, which he uses to his advantage over the barriers. He's a hurdler and quite a nice hurdling technique too. So fairly efficient. We're seeing Morgan starting to make a bit of a move through. Jaron Hobbs sitting up there in that 3rd position currently. Collins also in the picture from Knox. So a little bit unsteady there from Hobbs as he went over. So Diol's now out by about 10 metres after 1 lap. Had a 15-second win last year over this field in the under 16 event, so stepping up to the 17s. Last year this was taken out by the winner we saw just before, Harry Sharp. He ran 6:11. So that would be the sort of target time for Darren Diol. Starting to really stretch that. Let's watch him over the water jump. Oh, that's a good 8 out of 10, that one. All right, bit of splash. Morgan not so good through the water. And then we've got the Tasmanian visitor there, Golding, going through as well. So let's go down to presentations now. And Ross Cunningham.
Next medal presentation is for the under 18 men's 2,000 metre steeplechase. In 3rd place and bronze medalist in a time of 6:16.76, representing Wendouree, Matthew Caddison. In second place and silver medalists in a time of 6:04.62, representing Diamond Valley, Aidan Roberts. And in first place and gold medalist, Victorian champion in a time of 6:01.56 from Wendouree, Harry Sharp. Congratulations to our medalists in the men's under 18 2,000 metre steeplechase.
So out on the track, we're now seeing Hobbs starting to make a bit of a move. Dial's maintaining that lead at about 20 metres. Hobbs. And then Hodder in next position. They're duelling for that second and third, Glenn. This is quite an interesting battle as we see Collins and also Morgan just dropping off slightly, and the Tasmanian Golding starting to move through.
Yeah, Dean Dole, as you mentioned before, Tim, gold medalist in the under 16. He knows how to lead. Certainly been a big supporter of AV across the XCR season. Also in the All Schools, has a look around. He's got 25, 30 metres on the young man from Mornington Peninsula.
Which is Hodder. Now we're seeing quite a difference in style through the water. Hodder is much more efficient compared to Hobbs, and that's giving him that little break as he comes round each time. And it's up to Hobbs to work on the back of him. Collins also doing that as we see Diol coming down to get 2 to go.
Yeah, Darren's looking really comfortable. He keeps on looking around. I don't think he's got too much to worry about at this stage, but he's playing the cautious card. Hodder in second. See that breeze gusting up. It will actually get worse before it gets better, according to the Bureau. And then...
Well, the 100-metre runners like it, Glenn. I reckon they might.
Yeah, that's true. And this is, of course, a 2,000-metre steeplechase. So our under 18s, under 17, under 16. And for those viewing at AtsVic TV, we do have the name of the event on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. And if you're watching on your mobile device, my suggestion is you turn it sideways. You may, in fact, be able to get a clearer view of the event. We do appreciate your comments. Keep them coming through to our Facebook page and YouTube. Sorry, Tim, blatant.
That's okay. Always
AtsVic.
Great technical advice from Glenn Turner, Athletics Victoria's IT manager as well as general manager. So once again, we're seeing nice clearance there for Hodder, and I think that might be the difference for second and third here, Glenn, unless Hobbs really comes through. I think we're going to be throwing down to a presentation shortly. And let's go to Ross Cunningham.
Thanks, Tim. Presentation now for the secured discus.
Receiving the silver medal. The performance of 17 metres, 99 and a percentage of 38.53 from Sandringham, Craig Jarrett.
He's coming down, Rob.
And receiving the gold medal, the percentage total of 58.58% in the throw, 28 metres 43 from Melbourne Harriers, Michael Faulkner. Congratulations to Michael Craig in the secured discus throw. I'll hand you back across to Tim Crosby, the commentary box.
Thank you, Ross. And Durham just has a little peek around the shoulder, and you'll see that Hodder is about 30 metres back. So Darren Dial's going to run away with this one, which is going to get him safely over that water jump. And what we've seen from the previous 4 laps, though, Glenn, is that he will tackle this beautifully. So last one here, a little bit of a stutter step. Good approach, uses those long legs to the best of his advantage, safely through the water. One more barrier to go between Darren Diol and another gold medal here at the Victorian Championships. So the Diol family, they are great supporters of athletics. Father Jazz has been doing all the photography at Milers Club, Glenn, and younger sister also competing quite regularly. So it's great to see a good athletics family and a good athlete and good young man here, Darren Diol, taking the win. He's going to go through right on 6:20, 6:21 unofficial there. Hodder, good performance for him. He's going to take the silver medal, and Hobbs will hang on for the third place with a fast finishing Edward Golding, but Hobbs will get the bronze.
Well, back-to-back for Darren Dole. So taking out the under-16 competition, 6:27. 10 last year, it'll be a lot faster than that, but didn't he look good? Setting himself up nicely for the National Championships at the end of April, representing, of course, the Big V.
Correct. He looks good in that Big V uniform too, but I just love the way he just went for it from the start, Glenn. No mucking around. It was, I'm just going to push out, and he's done that before, and if you want to chase me, go for it.
Yeah, certainly a seasoned campaigner, also very good technician as well, and he's lucky to be not vertically challenged like many athletes in steeplechase, so he's got beautiful leg stride, and of course being able to, at that height, get across the steeples.
But critically, despite he does have the advantage of the longer legs, but he is a good hurdler, and that is a great asset to be a steeplechaser. A lot of the runners just think you just got to get fit and go for it, but no, he actually is a very good hurdler, and we saw that in the water jump, 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Back to the pole vault. This is the under-20 women's pole vault. For those of you at home wanting to know what the event is, we're running towards MSAC today, so with the wind gusting behind. That wind will change later this evening, so pole vault tomorrow we will change the direction of the vaulting bags, so of course the wind is behind all of our competitors today. Bars at 280, so we're about probably an eighth of the way in the competition.
That's the Nunawading competitor there, Holly Hodges. Be interesting to know what height Gross will come in at. Glenn, I'd say maybe around the 3 metre mark.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect her anything less than that. Certainly had a big campaign competing at Shield competition, especially down at Geelong. And we've seen a great deal of support down at Geelong for our Shield comp this year, with numbers heading...
and in the poll especially, there's very good grouping down there at Geelong, and some great, you've obviously got Cassidy Bradshaw as one of our standouts. Saw her get the silver medal last night behind Kenchol. So Kenchol's the big improver in that event too, so the Diamond Valley athlete. And I'd say that might have been her first win over Cassidy Bradshaw.
So another shout out to my good mate Susan Andrews, who's watching from Tasmania. And again, love your support. She has 7 from her squad competing here this year. And there's certainly a couple of other Tasmanian athletes competing across the weekend.
And wasn't she a good athlete to watch, Glenn Turner?
Part of the Tassie 10. So we're heading back to 1988. Susan represented Tasmania at the Under-20 World Championships and then went to, I think, the Commonwealth and Olympic Games shortly after that. But
were you part of that 10 or were you number 11?
I was part of the number 10, but this is not an opportunity to talk about that, Tim. We're just talking about some of the greats. But yeah, Susan doing a great job with the Tasmanian.
No, it is, and it's a great pick, isn't it, to have someone like Susan back in Tassie and really developing athletics down there. And fortunately for Victoria, we benefit from that too, because they're over here competing quite regularly. So Hodges on the runway again, 280 is the mark. Once again, great coverage. I was wondering where you knew where the height was, Glenn, and now I can see it quite obviously. Can't see it from here. So 280, Hodges. Gee, that wind is swirly. You can just see that from the socket there. Predominant tailwind though for Holly as she comes through. No.
Just didn't quite get the plant right. Needed to really get some elevation.
Power and drive.
Yep.
That was lacking. And look, these conditions not easy. Even with the tailwind, I think it's not the nicest of days, unfortunately. But we'll see how that impacts the other competitors as they come through as well. So we have got Melsom and also Gross still to come. As we see.
So it was her final attempt at that height of 280. So bar will now go to 320. So we'll just wait with anticipation as one of our volunteers changes over the numbers for the height. So we've got our man on the ground, Raf Agostino, bringing wonderful pictures to you. Raf, of course, big part of live streaming, not only in Victoria but across the country, with Lachlan Rayner, David Armstrong, and a plethora of Victorians who have brought you some pictures, including Hunter Track Classic, the Canberra, or should I say the Australian Capital Territory Championships at the beginning of February.
But Raf also multitasking like a lot of us do, Glenn, and he was out at the High Velocity Club and got some great interviews for the Athletics Victoria podcast down the track. So plenty of interviews from HVC. Raf did those, and that latest podcast, all 2 hours and 5 minutes of it, Glenn, is now up and available from your favourite podcast app. So just check out Down the Track for all the information about athletics in Victoria, Australia and internationally. So on the track now, we have our next event, which is the final of the women's under 20 3,000 metre steeplechase. We have 5 starters. In Station 1, representing Sandringham, Meg Oakley-Kerr. Station 2 from Yarra Rangers, Grace Muller. Station 3 from Oldsavarians, Sasha Bennett. Station 4 from Sandringham, Emily Dare. And in Station 5 from Glen Huntly, Juliet McBurney. 5 starters in the final of the women's under 20 3,000 metre steeple. So clean start here, and we now will throw to our next presentation for the previous steeplechase event.
Thanks, Tim. The next medal presentation is for the men's under 17 2,000 metre steeplechase. In third place and bronze medalist today in a time of 6:33.39, representing Athletics Chilwell, Jaron Hobbs. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 6:26.12, representing Mornington Peninsula, Lachlan Hodder. And in first place and gold medalist in a time of 6:21.01, representing Knox Athletics Club, Darum Diol. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the under 17 men's 2,000 metre steeplechase.
So a fairly clear start there, but on the back straight into the wind, and Oakley-Kerr decided just to put the brakes on a little, so they've all bunched back up again. The big question was then asked of McBurney, do you want to lead or not? And she's content to sit one out, one back, just on the shoulder of Oakley-Kerr as we see them approaching water jump number 1. This will be a good indicator, and let's assess some of that form as they come through. Nice by Oakley-Kerr. McBurney not so good. Muller is buried deep in it, so that will cost a few seconds per lap, and you see Grace just drifting off the back of the field. So that all-important water jump, and Oakley-Kerr looked good. Also her teammate Dare was through the water fairly nicely, so McBurney now doing a lot of work to get back onto the shoulder, and I think, is she just going to prop again? So content just to sit one out, one back, or virtually side by side now. So Oakley-Kerr leads from McBurney, Sandringham, Glen Huntly, Sandringham, Old Zavs there, which is Bennett. And Muller has worked really hard to get back onto the back of Sasha Bennett.
So Oakley-Kerr, our silver medalist from last year, ran 10:46.64.
Her teammate Eastman winning that one. She's now over in the States. Glenn on scholarship. So if Annabelle's tuning in, hope all things are well over in the US of A.
Sasha Bennett from Oldsavarians, a finalist in 2018. Juliet McBurney was second in the under 18 competition, but over the 2,000 metre distance, running 7:29.97, so plenty of talent. And again, great to see our female competitors sticking with the discipline of steeplechase.
It is a step up here. The 3,000 metres is quite a different event to the 2,000. Well, obviously it's 1K different, but that 1K is all about the strength. And McBurney's been having a really good season. Her leg speed's good because she's running good 15s and through to 5Ks. Oakley-Kerr though also, and as we see the water jump, all important there, and Oakley-Kerr is winning hands down on that one. So as we're about to have a low-flying jet come over Lakeside Stadium, obviously they've heard there's some good action here in this steeple, and they will be watching Juliet McBurney take the lead here. So Oakley-Kerr probably not unhappy about that, so going into the next hurdle, let's just watch their form over the hurdles proper. Dare, a gap now of about 10 to 15 metres. So McBurney and Oakley Kerr, good form.
There it is. This
Yes.
is QF 94 coming from Los Angeles. And if my good friend, the CEO of Qantas, feels like sponsoring athletics in Victoria, he knows where to find us. So good to see Qantas taking the flight path over Lakeside. Beautiful sight. Let's get back to the steeplechase.
And not much has happened out there. It's now the same with McBurney leading, Oakley Kerr just sitting. Now McBurney's made a bit of a dive to get in properly into the inside rail there, which is a good move for us, so she's running the least distance possible. So once again, nice hurdling there. Now Dare's just dropping back a bit. Bennett and also Muller in good position there. Bennett the better of the hurdlers, but Muller doing the soft step on, which is saving a bit of energy as she goes across. Now McBurney's actually stretched the lead out here, Glenn.
Yeah, tactical move, I think, in this back half of this race. So,
And I think, my tip from here, I think McBurney might just run away with it, because despite, that last water jump, she was not too bad, but I just noticed Oakley Kerr drifting back into the water a little bit more than she had on the first few jumps. So, McBurney's speed between the barriers is really impressive. This is where she's driving forward, and she's now put about a 25-metre gap on Oakley Kerr. Similar gap then back to Dare, and then we've got Bennett and also Muller still working together. Bennett just in front. So less than halfway through, but I think we might have, unless something goes wrong through the water, I think McBurney's just going to potentially just keep forging away, because we've seen her running very well at the 15s through to the 5Ks, so we know that she's got the endurance for this event, which is all important for the steeplechase. As I said, a bit of a different event to the 2000, a lot more strength required, and gee, that leg speed, Glenn, down the back straight into the wind, that's impressive.
yeah, some great shots coming out from Aspect TV. You can see the challenge of making sure you get great extension off the water steeple.
So let's have a look at Oakley Kerr as she comes through. But gee, that gap, it's doubled in one lap. And a beautiful clearance. Oakley Kerr's definitely got the water jump nailed, but it's in between the barriers that McBurney is just driving. I'm really impressed. The end time here, I'll be really interested to see what McBurney can do here, because she's not that far off from moving into open ranks. And I think we might have a pretty handy steeplechaser again here in Victoria. Still good over the barriers. Now the gaps, it's fairly static out there, but still interesting. And we're seeing Muller and Bennett having a really good battle. Muller just looking the stronger. Sasha just got to hold the body form up, stay with Grace. She's forcing Grace out wide into the lane. Emily Dare's not too far away from them, 3 laps to go. And this is where, for some of these girls coming up from the 2,000 metres, this is where the big change is. They're going into that last kilometre fairly soon. But McBurney, she's now up to nearly a 100-metre gap, so it's hurdle to hurdle, so that's about 80. So approaching the water jump, I think for the third last time. That was okay. That, at this stage, Glenn, that was pretty good. So she's getting momentum, she's keeping momentum. She's not doing the big mistake a lot make is the double foot plant where they roll back into the water. But McBurney was leaning forward, 1 foot forward, 1 foot back, and kept driving out of the water. And we'll see the same here from Oakley Kerr as she goes through. Yep, so good technician, 2 legs separate, and that's the way to get through the water. It's when you land double, the big mistakes are made.
Also under the watchful eye of Marion O'Shaughnessy, Victorian representative, national representative, wonderful supporter of athletics in Victoria. She was chair of the AV Shield Committee for a number of years. Lovely to see her out encouraging our steeplechasers.
So we just saw a much better water jump from Muller, and that now is the difference between her and Sasha Bennett. As you see, Muller now clearing, and perhaps Muller has a chance here, if she can get a few more of those water jumps right, to bridge that gap to Emily Dare. That gap currently sitting at about 25 metres, maybe 30 metres. Looks easy from up here, Glenn, but that's a bit of a bridge to gap there.
Victorian record held by Victoria Mitchell from Eureka, 10:09.53. I reckon that's safe today, these conditions. We keep on talking about them, but they are pretty tough for most of our competitors, particularly in the steeplechase.
Yeah, so McBurney just really looking solid. You can see the pain expression on the face. No need to look around there, Juliet. This is a big lead, so she's just got to cleanly get through this last lap. She's going to get the welcome sound of the bell very soon.
I know we need to talk about leading from the front. We touched on it in the first couple of races today, but you know, it's a grand effort. You take the conditions, you take the wind, you have no cover, but she's looking really comfortable again. Her body's in a reasonably good position. She's nice and relaxed across the shoulders, still hurdling those steeples well.
Yeah, I reckon Juliet sensed probably in the first 2 laps that she was going to have to take the lead at some time, because she was just moving so well between the barriers.
Yeah, and she's putting distance, which is great to see. I mean, she's setting herself up for a good time, good personal best, and entry into the national championships later in the month. We talk about this being the springboard or platform into those national championships.
And I think it would be good. Well, I think we might get a sub-11-minute performance here from McBurney, so this will be impressive. So 1 lap now for Oakley Kerr. Now Dare's going to hold that position. I can't see Grace Muller coming through, so it'll be a 1-2-3 unless there's any incidents on the barriers. Bennett's still battling on nicely to the Oddsavarians runner, so it's a good field here, Glenn. No one's been lapped.
Well, let's bring her home, Tim.
Yeah, so we're approaching the final water jump now. Juliet McBurney, 1 to go. Nice plant. Yep, a little bit sloppy, but that's still good. That's the last one, and that's going to get her through. So 1 more barrier to go. Time check now, 10:35. Or it'll be touch and go for the sub-11. Let's see, we've got 20 seconds to bring her in. We just need a very attacking last barrier here from Juliet. Let's do it. Oh, that was beautiful. Come on, stride it in. Time check now, 10:50. Can we get her in under 11? She wants it. So we're looking at 55. I think she's going to do it, Glenn. This is a great performance. Yep, great run there, right on 10:59. So well planned. Juliet McBurney, what a run. Really gutsy. Took the conditions on, took the opposition on. Last water jump there for Oakley Kerr. So we've got the official time. Was 10:59.06 official time. Juliet McBurney, what a champion. As Oakley Kerr's now coming through her final barrier. She'll be a sub-12 minute here. So will Dare, I believe. She's got about 30 seconds to do the final 100. So early leader, Oakley Kerr, stepping up from the 2 to the 3K. She's done it well. So this will be a sub-12 minute performance. Her teammate, so it's a Sandringham 2 and 3 here. Emily Dare will take the bronze medal in the Vic Champs. And then Grace Muller will come through to take next position. Sasha Bennett fighting on well, so had a great battle there with Muller, but Sasha will take that 5th position. All of these girls performing admirably in these conditions. So well done, Grace, and also Sasha. Now coming through to round out the field, Glenn, in this under 20 3,000 metre steeplechase for women.
Yeah, certainly a good race. We're going to head back to pole vault. So the bar is at 360, Tim.
Yeah, and wise words from the coach there to Liv Gross, as we see our AV helpers.
So it's gone to 370. So
Peter Stefanos, one of those. We know Peter Stefanos, don't we, Glenn? Very handy helper out at the Box Hill Athletic Club. So Liv Gross, always a smile on her face.
Yeah, so also down there, national pole vault coach Mark Stewart. It's also big supporter and manager of the rare air competition. So
I'd be hazarding a guess that Sarah Melson might be one of his, being in those Box Hill colours.
We'll be hopefully getting in one more jump before we head back to our next race, Tim, which will be the next steeplechase.
event number 29, which is a combined event, and we will do the field call. So next event on the track will be the combined 2,000 metre steeplechase for under 15 and also under 16 women. In the under 15 competition, we have 4 starters. In station 1, representing Sandringham, it's Louisa Lazar. Station 2 from Glen Huntly, Ava Cameron. Station 3 from Mornings Peninsula, Freya Brown. And Station 4 from Preston, Edie Bridgewater. In the under 16 competition, we have 5 starters. Station 5 from Frankston, Jamie Lee Code. Station 6 from Ballarat YCW, Georgina Mees. Station 7 from Wodonga, it's Callista Race Stalling. Station 8 from Sandringham, Matilda Strugnall. And Station 9 from Yarra Ranges, Mia Strudley. So 9 competitors in the combined under 15 and under 16 2,000 metre steeple for women.
So again, Tim, most of the under 16 girls competed in the under 15 event last year. So Jamie Lee Code took out this event in 2018. Georgia Mees was a finalist. Callista Race Stelling was a finalist. Matilda Strugnall was second. And Mia Strudley was a finalist in under 15. So we've been talking about how there's an obscene amount of depth in steeplechasing, and here is evidence.
Well, that's right, and Jamie Lee's been a good proficient steepler for a while, but one I'll be watching will be Georgina Mees. I think her base speed has picked up lately, Glenn, as we're seeing at some of the middle distance meets like Milers Club, and it'll just be interesting to assess the technique. So on the line now, start of this combined under 15, under 16 steeplechase for women. So we're going to see Code, I think, automatically dart out to the lead. Mees has gone with her, and it's the Mornington Peninsula runner there, which would be Freya Brown, also up in contention. So a little bit stuttery for a couple as they sped towards that first barrier. But it is potentially our 2 favourites in the under 16s. That's Code and also me settling out front now. Strugnall from Sandringham also up there. Gee, that was good jumping through the water of Mees. Definitely a superior technique there to Code. As I said, Mees is really starting to pick up this season. A one to watch from Ballarat. Beautifully guided by Bernie Blood up there, the YCW club. So Code is on the inside with Mees to the outside of her, the taller figure. Gap then to Strugnall. We've then got Strudley coming through. And also Ava Cameron. Another big improver this season has been Cameron in the Glen Huntly colours. So currently it's the under 16s leading the way. Cameron perhaps leading now in the under 15 competition, but we'll confirm that as they come around the second time. And side by side at the moment. Now this will be nice to see into the win first time.
Next presentation will be for the women's under 20 3,000 metre steeplechase. Third place and bronze medalist at a time of 11:50.34. Representing Sandringham is Emily Dare. In second place and silver medalist today at a time of 11:42.77 from Sandringham, Meg Oakley Kerr. And in first place and gold medalist Victorian champion at a time of 10:59.06 representing Glen Huntly, Juliet McBurney. Congratulations to our medalist for the women's under 20 3,000 metre steeplechase.
I'm tipping this will be an enticing battle, Glenn, because what we're seeing is Code appears to be attacking the flat, but Mees has got the superior style. A bit of a fall there in the water jump. Mees is the better hurdler, so yet again it's going to be technique over leg speed, and how's this going to play out? They're coming through to get 3 laps to go.
Yeah, look, again, side by side, or one back, I should say. So our 2 leaders out in front. Again, the depth in this under 16 event. You mentioned the under 15s, Ava Cameron. Special shout out. She's the granddaughter of Professor Terry Dwyer, who was the former president of Athletics Australia. And Terry, of course, was also the president of Athletics Tasmania and the head of the Tasmanian State Institute of Sport. So shout out to Terry. He lives now in London, and I'm sure he'll be watching his granddaughter Ava on ASFIC
Sure
TV.
he will. As I said, she has been improving steadily over the season too, so she is one to watch. And nothing much changing out front. This cat and mouse between Code and Mies is quite a fascinating thing to watch. So Code has led all the way, and as we watch them coming through, this will be their third last water barrier. Bit of a break there from Jamie Lee Code. Is that a sign? Let's see. But she is doing the 2-foot plant, which is always going to bring you undone when it really counts.
These two have competed against each other in steeplechase and I think other distance events, 15 as well, since they were under 14. So it's great to see they've kept up with the discipline and are also great competitors and good friends.
Very, very big talents too. So quite exciting, both of them. So Mies obviously from Ballarat. Code from down the southeast suburbs. So going through to get 2 to go now. Code, Mies. Then we have Race Stalling from Wodonga. She's moved clearly into that next position there. Looks like it might be Strudley coming through. And that's just ahead of Matilda Strugnell. Cameron is leading the under 15 competition. So she's just ahead there of Brown from Mornington Peninsula. Things are getting tough out there over this 2K, and look down the back straight, and I think Jamie Lee Code might have made a bit of a winning gap there. It's going to be hard for Mies to bounce back onto that because Code really attacked the standard steeple there as she went down the back straight. Mies trying to make a bit of a move now. But this is where we saw Code just start to do those extra few hard strides leading into that water barrier to get a little bit of a break onto Georgina Mies. So Mies, unfortunately, that wasn't the best of her water jumps, so I think fatigue is starting to set in, Glenn.
Yeah, it's not surprising. You know, conditions like this today, throw some hurdles in and anything can happen. But out in front, Jamie Lee Code, I think we shouldn't be too critical about technique at this stage of the race.
Oh, well, no, not being critical, but a few observations. And, you know, the thing is, as Jamie stretches in height, which hopefully she will over the next few years, and get to a similar height as Georgina, it is that much easier to get over these barriers and also to get the push up on the water and get that 1 foot land. Hopefully whoever is coaching Jamie will start to work on some of those technical aspects, because that's going to be worth seconds to. And when you go to nationals, there's no mucking around, Glenn. You need to have the technique right.
No, you're absolutely right. But again, it's a discipline that's offered to our under 15 girls, which is great to see that they're participating. It's not offered in school competition, only through those sanctioned by Athletics Australia and Athletics Victoria, but certainly gaining in popularity.
Oh, it certainly is. It's a little bit like the pole vault explosion of a few years ago, and a lot of the girls are seeing opportunity in steeple. But as we're seeing with these lead two, they're also doing very well in the 15s for 3Kers as well.
So let's bring our leader home, Tim, with 150 to go.
So approaching the last water jump now, it is Jamie Lee Code. She has established the winning break. One more water barrier, a little bit of a stutter step, but she's safely through. So Jamie Lee Code, no need to look around, Jamie. Just put your head forward. Go for that last barrier and you're going to be claiming another Victorian Championship. Mies safely over the last water barrier. Gap then to Race Stalling. It's going to be a good race here between Strudley and Race Stalling for that bronze medal position, but it's all Jamie Lee Code. She moves out into lane 2 here, striding out beautifully. Another good win here. Well done, Jamie Lee Code. Unfortunately, the clock has stopped on us. It's about 7:04 unofficial. In these conditions, a ripper of a run. And Georgina Mies, really stoushed early, was a great competitor. She'll go far in this event too. She's got improved a lot this year. And boy, it's on for the bronze. Mies in second, 7:20. And it is Strugnell has come from 5th position into 3rd position. And then Matilda Strugnell, she's going to take the bronze medal here. It looks like Race Stalling will settle for 4th. Strudley will take 5th. Eye down the straight now. And it is Ava Cameron. She is going to get the gold medal here for the women in the under 15s. So Ava Cameron from Glen Huntly. Possibly her first Victorian Championships, Glenn, I think.
It certainly is. She's just come back, or she's moved back from the USA where she was completing her school year and relocated about 12 months ago. So she's been a lot of cross-country work. So congratulations to
under
Ava.
8 minutes there for Ava Cameron to win the Victorian Championship. Freya Brown from Mornington, she'll take the silver medal as we look down the track. And I think that might be Louisa Lazar, perhaps in the next position from Glen Huntley. One more barrier to go, just having a peek around to see if she's safe. And there's about a 15-minute gap, 15-metre gap. Just got to get safely over this one and start to stride it out. And Bridgewater from Preston, not too far behind. She's up and over the last, so they're all safely through there, Glenn. And it will be Louisa Lazar from Sandringham. Sandringham doing well in these steeples at the moment. Another medal there. Oh, and a bit of a spill. She was hugely fatigued. Bridgewater will take 4th. So definitely a tough event, as we can see. And we're just moving over the start line of the next event. And it'd be interesting to see how they're going in this pole vault. 2 competitors still in, I believe. Try and get Raf to get us onto that the board to see what height they're going for, Glenn. So Liv Gross looks like she's next on the runway.
So 3 metres 80. This is second attempt for Olivia Gross. And you're probably wondering how I know that, Tim.
How do you know that, Glenn?
Because I've got our cameraman and, of course, our director in my ear at the moment. So there it is, 380 for all the viewers at home. Olivia Gross will stay with this attempt before we head across to the next combined event in steeplechase.
Is Liv the only competitor in?
I'd say at 380. No, we still may have young Melson. We'll wait and see. Just clipped it with a foot on the way up. So good plant from Olivia Gross.
We now move to the next event on the track, which is the final of the under-17 and also the under-18 steeplechase, and they're now underway. In the under-17s, in Station 1 from South Bendigo, Taryn Folletti. In 2 from Frankston, Lily Oxley. In 3, Western A's, Mia White. In 4, we have Sarah Berg, South Bendigo. In 5, it's Western Athletics, Abigail Thomas. And in 6, Abby Brady from Mornington Peninsula. In the under-18 competition, we have Amy Jungfer from Athletics Essendon, Sophie Coughlin from Sandringham, Alice Oakley-Kerr at Sandringham, also from Sandringham, Bianca Skerry, and Abby Kenny from Knox. So that's the combined under-17 and under-18 field. And already we have a bolter, and I think that's Coughlin from Sandringham, and she is in that under-18 competition. So Sophie Coughlin, she's a good performer over the steeples, Glenn. We've seen quite a lot of her in recent years. So there's a big gap then to Folletti, who is leading the under-17s.
So again, our under-17 and under-18 field have come through. They've raced previously in their younger age groups. So Taryn Folletti, who's currently second in the red in this race, was second in the under-16 competition last year, taking the silver medal. She's running the under-17. Mia White in the field took out the gold medal in the under-16 comp, and Abigail Thomas was a finalist in the under-16. In the under-18 competition, Amy Jungfer was a finalist in the under-17 event last year. Sophie Coughlin out in front, gold medalist in the under-17s last year in a time of 7:21.57. Alice Oakley-Kerr, the sister of Meg, who we saw in the previous race. Then Bianca Skerry from Sandringham, she was the silver medalist in the under-17 last year, and finally Abby Kenny was a finalist in under-17. So yet another fantastic example of these athletes moving through the age groups.
Yeah, and I think one to watch here will be Abby Kenny. She is having a good season in all the events that she's putting herself into. So although not so good on the water jump as we saw that classic double foot plant. So Coughlin looking impressive. She's attacked this race, which is what we like to see. Folletti, she's got an impressive background. Hasn't been the best last couple of years for Taryn, but she's still in the sport. She's grown quite a bit, managing that growth at the moment. I think we're going to see the resurgence of Taryn Folletti over the next few years. Mia White now stepping into that third position. Kenny in fourth. Then it's Scary. Then it's back to the Frankston runner there in Lily Oxley. She's also in the under-17 comp, and I'd say she's sitting in third position there at the moment.
So, ladies and gentlemen, next presentation will be for the under-15 Girls 2,000 metre steeplechase in third place. And bronze medalist today at a time of 8:42.85, representing Sandringham, is Louisa Lazar. In second place and silver medalist at a time of 8:08.17, representing Mornington Peninsula, is Freya Brown. And in first place and gold medalist today, Victorian champion at a time of 7:58.83, representing Glen Huntley, Ava Cannon. Ladies and gentlemen, the silver medalist in the under-15 Girls 2,000 metre steeplechase.
So Coghlan continues on her merry way. We're having a really good battle at the moment in the under-17 competition. That's between Furletti and White. White now just starting to assert herself and has got a good 7 to 8 metre gap now over Furletti going through that water jump. Next on the track is Kenny, who's coming second in the under-18 competition. Not far behind her, though, is Scary from Sandringham, and she's third in the under-18s. So 2 to go for Coghlan. So Coghlan's still leading clearly from the under-17 runner there in White, who's now gone to a 20 metre gap over Furletti. Kenny in next position, and then Scary. Then we've got Abigail Thomas from Western A's. She's sitting third in the under-17 competition.
Next presentation will be for the women's under-16 2,000 metre steeplechase in third place. And bronze medalist at the time of 7:32.66, representing Sandringham, Matilda Struckman. In second place and silver medalist at the time of 7:19.55, representing the Ballarat YCW, is Georgina Meads. And in first place and gold medalist, Victorian champion at a time of 7 minutes 5.20, representing Frankston Athletic Club, Jamie Lee Cove. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to our medalists in the under-16 women's 2,000 metre steeple.
Now I just noticed something I hadn't seen before, and that's that Coghlan's actually a hurdler on the water barrier, which is very unusual. Quite often see the Kenyans do it, but very rare in Australia to actually hurdle it, as we see most is step and push, but Coghlan actually hurdled that last one. So we see Kenny coming through, Scary in next position, and then I think Thomas making a bit of a move there as well. So Coghlan coming down to get 1 lap to go. Mia White, gee Glenn, she is moving really well here.
Yeah, looking very comfortable, taking this race into her own accord, which is great to see. So
what we're going to see here, I think, is Abby Kenny making a bit of a move. She's looking good between the barriers. We've then got Thomas in next position. She's been one of the big movers here. So Abigail Thomas, she's in the under-17 competition. So currently behind Mia White, who's looking very strong, and also Taryn Furletti. So down the back straight, and Coghlan obviously tiring. Let's watch her over the next barrier. So good clearance. She's a good hurdler. There's no doubt about that. And let's just see if she does the hurdle, Glenn, over this final water barrier where the fatigue levels are high. Is she going to step on or attempt the hurdle? Let's just watch and see. Yep, went the hurdle. So obviously working well for her, but landing reasonably deep, but coming out beautifully because she's got the momentum. She leans forward and just beautiful momentum out of the water. But gee, White is coming at her.
Yep.
I reckon White's going to run out of time, and they are in different age groups as well. But oh boy, I nearly swore there, Glenn. But great running there from Mia White.
This is on with finishing in this race. Let's bring them home to you.
Yeah, I think White might just get it, and she does, right on the line. Mia White, what a run. Different age groups, so we've still got a gold medal to 2 of those runners, but Coghlan put herself out there early. She really went for it. Very impressed by this run too. This is Abigail Thomas She's going to come through and she'll get the silver medal in the 17s. Folletti will settle for the bronze in the 17s. Kenny, she gets the silver there in the under 18 competition, and then Bianca Skerry will get the bronze in the under 18s. Next one through, I think it's Jungfer from Essendon, followed by Oxley, the Frankston runner, and Mornington Peninsula's Brady next through. And I think that might have been Oakley Kerr. And one more to come through, and it's going to be the South Bendigo runner, Sarah Berg. We'll round out this combined event here, the under 17 and under 18 2,000 metre steeplechase for women. But we spotted that about a couple of laps out, didn't we, Glenn, that Mia White was just moving really well between the barriers, and that's what it's all about, just keeping that momentum, and she has got a very good technique over the water jump.
Yep, don't have much more to add to that, Tim. I think you've hit the nail on the head. Great technician. I have been watching Marion O'Shaughnessy. We mentioned former Victorian and national representative, big supporter of the steeplechase. She's certainly looking after some of our athletes, and we'll just wait before we head back to the next event. As you can see, blustery conditions here at Lakeside Stadium, but that breeze has now picked up probably about 5 k's an hour, which it'll be fun for our 100 metre runners who are coming up shortly, but it isn't pleasant for our circular events because they will have the benefit of it down the back straight and then the struggle of the headwind coming up the main event. So let's introduce our next event.
And that event is on the track now, the under 15 men's 2,000 metres steeplechase final. We have 10 starters. In station 1 from Ringwood, it's Weanne Swanevaelter. In station 2 from Nunawading, Matthew Venner. Station 3 from Mornington Peninsula, Jai Farah. Station 4 also from Mornington Peninsula, Hamish Terrace. Station 5 from Nunawading, Flynn Cocking. Station 6 from Mornington Peninsula, Archie Hewitt. Station 7 from Chilwell, it's Jack Ellis. Station 8 from Mornington Peninsula, Joel Bell. Station 9, also Mornington Peninsula, Oliver Pratt. And in Station 10 from Doncaster, Benjamin Purser. 10 starters in the final of the men's under 15 2,000 metre steeple. So a rapid start here as we'd expect in this under 15. Quite a big field of 10. Lots of orange singlets, and that's the Mornington Peninsula Club. So we're going to have to check them out as they come round, and boy, they are off to a flying start. Venner in the green, sitting comfortably there in the 3rd position as they start to settle. I think Purser might also be up there, the Doncaster runner, just moving into 4th as they come to the first of the barriers. And lots of airtime there. That was good, some real good springing off. A little bit of a fall there from Hamish Terrace as he went through. A little bit unsteady. But it's a Mornington Peninsula 1-2 at the moment. Looks like Joel Bell leads the way. And also Oliver Pratt. Venner just moving on the inside there. I think it's the next one, Mornington Peninsula. I'm just trying to identify him. That could be Farah. So 1 lap down. Venner, the taller of the figures out front at the moment, looking very comfortable. I think it's Joel Bell leading the way at the moment. So Peninsula in 1, 3, 4, 6. Very impressive to see so many of the young men in the orange uniforms here in this 2,000 metre steeplechase as we approach water jump number 2. So lots of air time, lots of good spring, and we're seeing that again. There's a few things starting to sort out. I think that's Archie Hewitt sitting in that 3rd position, so he's done a big move on that lap. Was sitting behind the leaders on lap 1, but has started to make his move. Doesn't want to lose too much contact as we see Venner make a decisive move. and go past Bell with 3 laps to go. So Purser in 4th, Pratt in 5th. Then it's Terrace. Jack Ellis in next position. Flynn Cocking, Jai Farah, and Wian Swain-Velder. But Venner made a good move on that previous lap. He's now got a lead of around 10 to 15 metres, another 20 metres back then to Hewitt. So the boys are starting to get clear space on the track at the moment, which will mean that their water jumps, there's not much confusion, not much crowding as they go into it, so they can sight that barrier and really attack it. And Venner does just that. 2-foot plant in. Gee, nice clearance there from Bell. He's got a very good technique, so does Hewitt. Purser, slightly smaller legs, so lands a little bit deeper. The same there for Pratt. So coming down now, 2 laps to go. So 2 to go, Venner. The lead hasn't changed much over Bell. And then the big move there is from Hewitt.
Next medal presentation will be for the under-17 Girls 2,000 metre steeplechase. In 3rd place and bronze medalist with a time of 7 minutes 32.91 from South Bendigo, Taryn Folletti. In 2nd place and silver medalist with a time of 7:29.16, representing Western Athletics, Abigail Thomas. And in 1st place gold medalist and Victorian champion in a time of 7:12.01, representing Western Athletics, Mia White. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the under-17 Girls 2,000 metre steeplechase.
So we're still going around in the water jump here, and we will throw down to a presentation now.
Presentation now for the women's under-17 discus throw, receiving the bronze medal with a throw of 36 metres 95 from Ringwood Athletic Club, Gemma Johansson. And receiving the silver medal with a throw of 37 metres 06 from PC Cardinia, Caitlin McCormack. And our gold medalist with a throw of 41 metres 46 from the U20 Athletic Club, Emily Ryan. Congratulations to Emily, Caitlin and Gemma and the under-17 women discus throw.
So this race is on as we're seeing Bell, the early leader, starting to take distance now out of Venner as they approach the final water jump. Now Bell has got superior style over the water, but he just trails Venner in. Might have been better to go wide. They're nearly together as they go. We might see something similar to the last race here. Venner did a really good move a couple of laps out, and they are both attacking this last barrier. Venner's got the longer legs. He strides out, clearly over, and I think he'll run away with it now. Bell senses that as well as he takes the foot off the accelerator. So a good run there. Matthew Venner, under 15 champion, 6:42 thereabouts. Joel Bell gave it everything, really challenged on the last lap, and that was an enticing race. And we see Hewitt, also from Mornington Peninsula, well, he will take the 3rd position. He'll be well under 7 minutes, so great running there.
We're down to the next presentation, which will be for the under-18 women's 2,000 metre steeplechase. In 3rd place and bronze medalist at the time of 7:40.54, representing Sandringham, Bianca Skerry. In 2nd place and silver medalist at the time of 7:33.78, representing Knox Athletics Club, Abby Kenny. And in first place and gold medalist in the time of 7 minutes 12.10, representing Sandringham, Sophie Cogler. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your medalists in the under-18 women's 2,000 metre steeplechase.
So Tim, it's all happening here. We have one more steeplechase event before we head down to the heats of the hundreds. Plenty of action in the meantime. We will head down to another presentation with Ross Cunningham.
Presentation for the men's under-17 discus throw, receiving the bronze medal with a throw of 13 meters 20, Jacob Eastwood. Receiving the silver medal with a throw of 38 meters 92 from Diamond Valley, Ryan Blair. And their gold medalist with a throw of 40 meters 36 from Rimwood Athletic Club, Ruan Swanevelda.
So well done to Ruan, to Ryan and Jacob in the men's under-17 discus throw.
Once they get the bell on this one, we can rip that off.
So great presentation from our Master of Ceremonies, the wonderful Ross Cunningham, our Scottish General Manager of...
Certainly brings something to the event with that Scottish accent, and finally he's mastered the club choreo. It's not choreo.
I bet you everyone's sitting back on YouTube looking for the settings that say closed caption, or can we have it in English? No, we joke around with Ross. He does a great amount of work for Athletics Victoria. And as we mentioned earlier, he's heading up very shortly to be the General Manager of Sport Delivery for Athletics Australia.
And an exciting announcement during the week too, Glenn, with the World Cross Country going to Bathurst, and I'd say that Ross Cunningham might have a bit to do with that one.
Let's get back to things we know. Next event on the track, Tim, let's introduce them.
Next event on the track is the final of the men's under-16 2,000 metre steeplechase. We have 12 starters. In Station 1 from Western Athletics, Bradley Ganley. Station 2 from Knox, Jai Hadfield. Station 3 from Frankston, Taj Sullivan. Station 4 from Geelong Guild, Ethan Grills. Station 5 from Wodonga, Flynn Hill. Station 6 from Box Hill, Jordan Abbott. Station 7 from Athletics Chilwell, Oliver Armstrong. Station 8 from Knox, Josh Jensen. Station 9 from Keelos and Bernards, Mitchell Langbourne. Station 10 from Frankston, Riley Lovick. Station 11 from Tasmania, we welcome Christopher Eyre. And also from Tasmania, in Station 12, we welcome Alexander Kwa. So 12 starters in the final of the men's under-16 2,000 metre steeple.
2 minutes, that's not too bad considering the stuff we had earlier. It's all his fault. We're blaming you for the stuff I
We'll be given the nod for the under-20 women's pole vault presentation, receiving the bronze medal with a vault jump of 2 meters 60 from Athletics number 1, Holly Hodges. And receiving the silver medal with a vault jump of 3 meters 60 from Boxer Athletic Club, Sarah Nelson. And their gold medalist with a vault jump of 3 meters 70 from Geelong Guild, Olivia Gross. So congratulations to Olivia, to Sarah and Holly in the under-20 women's pole vault competition.
So competitors on the line now for this final of the under-16 2,000 metre steeplechase for men. So once again, some great names in this event. Ethan Grills has won the steeple before. The taller figure in the famous Geelong Guild kit. He's already making his way towards the front there. Try and identify who's with him. I think that's Langbourne. So he's a courageous runner, Mitch Langbourne. Fairly new on the scene. Sort of bounced out last season. We did notice him, and this season he's certainly gone on with it. So Grills, number 89 there. He's got the very peculiar hang in the air as he goes off the water barrier. One lazy leg, then he brings it forward and kicks out beautifully. So it's Girls leading, then Langbourne. There's the Box Hill runner there, which is Jordan Abbott. And the Frankston runner there, Taj Sullivan, starting to come through. Or is that Riley Lovick? That actually is Lovick in next position. We've then got Jai Hadfield also there. So even on the standard barriers too, you see Girls with a, I wouldn't say an unusual style, but it's a little bit different to most.
So we'll leave the style alone. We'll get back to some facts. So in the under-15 competition last year, U18 Girls finished, with the silver medal. So he's out to claim one more spot. Mitchell Langburn was third. He's running for Keilor St Bernard's. Oliver Armstrong from Athletics Chilwell was fourth. Riley Lovick from Frankston was fifth. And Taj Sullivan from Frankston was sixth. So 2 right through to 6 coming through the ranks.
And they're still right up there as well. So we're seeing them settling down beautifully. Obviously, it's easier to call these single age groupings. So they're all running for the 1, 2, 3 here. Hadfield, I think, seems to be making that bit of a move through.
Yeah, so Girls looking comfortable. Chasing him down, the athlete from Keilor St Bernard's, which is Mitchell Langburn.
And then the first of our Tasmanians sitting in fourth there. And that is Alexander Qua. So coming down to get 3 to go.
So don't forget Hadfield too, Tim, from Knox, sitting in third.
Hadfield's another big improver. I think coming out of the Ashton McDonald stable, down around the Berwick area. Ashton doing a great job with the Hadfield boys and a few others. So Grills still leading this from Langbourne. That's probably what we'd expect at this stage, but Hadfield is really charging up onto the back of Langbourne. Got a good technique over the hurdles.
Next presentation will be for the under-15 2,000 metre steeplechase for men. In third place and bronze medalist in the time of 6:54.44 from Mornington Peninsula is Archie Hewitt in second place. And silver medalist today in a time of 6:46.70 from Mornington Peninsula, Joel Bell. And in first place, the gold medalist in a time of 6:42.14 and Victorian State Champion from Athletics number 1, Matthew Venner. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to our medalists. We'll head down to the next field presentation with Ross Cunningham.
Thanks for the presentation for the women's under-17 triple jump, receiving the silver medal with a jump of 10 metres 38 from Mentone, Mia Gray. And receiving the gold medal with a jump of 11 metres 77 from Athletics and Essendon, Emily Portaro. Congratulations to Emily and to Mia in the under-17 on the triple jump. I'll hand you back across to St Crosby and Glen Timmer in the commentary box.
Thank you, Ross. And as we're seeing now, this is a very impressive performance here as we're into the last couple of laps. And what we're seeing is Grills really starting to get quite a lead. It's up to about 30 metres. Langbourne trying hard. Hadfield's been challenging, but just appears to be dropping back as Langbourne's putting a surge into the wind. We're in that dangerous position now. There's still a fair way out, but Hadfield was beautiful over that last steeple and he's bridged the gap back to Langbourne. So let's watch Grills approach this water jump again. Second last time. Gee, that's a beautiful clearance. His 1 foot in is right on the lip. So he's getting a massive clearance out of the water jump. Langbourne's still quite efficient through. Hadfield then in next position. Then it's Alexander Qua from Tasmania. The other Tasmanian is starting to make a move in the next bunch, and that's Christopher Eyre. As we come down to get 1 lap to go, and I think Ethan Grills has got this in the keeping. Just a big, solid last lap we need from Ethan. Go on to win yet another state championship. Langbourne, he's got to have to do a bit of work to hold off Jai Hadfield because he could finish fast. Qua in next position. Then you've got Jordan Abbott and also Riley Lovick from Frankston, just getting ahead of Eyre as they go through on the bell. So looking down the back straight now, and it is Ethan Grills. Langbourne's next over, followed by Hadfield, and I think this is where we're going to see quite a race. I can't see them challenging Grills He's just got to dig in from that last 200 metres. So over the barrier on the back straight, Langbourne and then Hadfield in next position. Grills probably not running as quickly as the chase pack, but he's still got about a 25-metre break. And as we know, he gets over this water jump beautifully, and he approaches the last one now, and that's textbook stuff. He did not change all 5 barriers. He looked fantastic. Langbourne through, a little bit of a stutter by Hadfield coming out of the water. Could that be enough for Langbourne to establish a bit of a break? So it is Grills. He's going to go on to win this. Langbourne very strong. Hadfield's going to go to the outside lane to challenge, or is he content for the bronze medal? And it might be that way as we see Grills get the gold once again. Great running from Langbourne. He'll take silver. Hadfield, another impressive performance for the bronze. Alexander Quar from Tasmania, he'll be next to finish. So some good times being run here. He's in the 6:30s. Then it's Jordan Abbott, Riley Lovick, Christopher Eyre, next position. And then from Chilwell, it's Oliver Armstrong coming through.
So a big morning of steeplechase action, some great performances. We had a little bit of a hiccup with some of the technology earlier in the morning, but our program is now running back on time. I hope you're enjoying the coverage here on ASFIC TV, YouTube and Facebook. We do have a plethora of events coming your way. We're just about to complete the last of our steeplechase events, which is the men's under 16. Then we'll head to the heats of the 100 metres. And then we'll take a little break due to the weather. Temperatures, or the mercury, will hit 38.5 degrees a little later in the afternoon, around 2:30. So we're going to suspend competition and then return in the field at 6 o'clock and our track event at 7, which will include the semi-finals of the men's and women's 400 metres.
And also the 1500 metre finals?
15, no more 1500 metre semis, Tim. You need to read your program. We're going straight to a final, which will be held tomorrow afternoon.
Excellent stuff. Well programmed there by Ross Cunningham. As we see the final competitors now starting to come through on this steeple. I'm impressed by the steeplechase again today, Glenn. You know, trying conditions, but gee, we've got some good young kids in this state. Now, a lot of status quo, but a couple there that I did like the look of. Jai Hadfield certainly is improving in this discipline, and he'll be one to watch in future years. And also Georgina Mees, I think, as we just see the last of our competitors come through and cross the line now. So, look, a bit of a mix of, you know, a lot of the predominant steeplers like Code, and as we saw there, Grills having good wins, Durham Diol, impressive, but geez, some new names coming through too, which is exciting. Yeah,
steeplechase is popular, and I think there is some great support from some of our stalwarts. You know, in particular, I've mentioned before Marion O'Shaughnessy, who's provided unlimited service to Athletics Victoria, not only as an athlete but also as a coach. She's been at most of the Shield meetings where steeplechase has been on the card, and she's been mentoring and coaching a number of young female athletes, which is great to see. And you know, we focus predominantly on the sprints because they're the most popular events, but Australia's depth across middle distance is improving. Our walks are probably our best discipline so far, and now it's great to see that our middle distance steeplechasers are doing a great job.
Yeah, and look, there's definitely opportunity in the steeple as the kids go through to senior ranks, but what we saw in Sydney last week with the men's steeple, Glenn, that was a bit of a breakthrough, wasn't it?
It was a great event. I had the privilege of being there, and it was great to see that it was on the card for part of the Sydney Track Classic, and also part of the 5 or 6 high performance meets put on by AA this year. So. Yeah, so
it's a good opportunity path, but as we say, it's an event you have to be slightly careful with. It's not one you're going to be doing week in, week out. A little bit of wear and tear on those young bodies, but the well-managed ones certainly make it through, and hopefully Victoria will be quite a presence at the Nationals.
Yeah, looking forward to that. 8 days or 7.5 days of coverage. You can see it on ATHS TV. Details will be on the Athletics Australia website shortly, but we will be covering at least 5 hours in the afternoon on every day of the National Championships from Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre.
I assume you'll be up there, Glenn?
I will be. I'll have the pleasure of working with the Livestream team and Croc Media to bring you those pictures. It is very difficult when you've got a small production team, and there is a lot of pressure, and for mums and dads out watching the coverage today. We do appreciate that you'd like to turn on the television and see your family representative competing, but we just unfortunately don't have two OB trucks to cover every event. So this year we'll be selecting all of our events, making sure we cover all the age groups and all the disciplines, and we'll be publishing those on the AA website prior to broadcast starting.
So just an update on our men's 100 metres. The under 15 men's 100, no hits are required. So that will now proceed to a final. So the men's under 15 100 metres will now proceed to a final. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we do have a moment, or can we have a moment of your time? Just a reminder, check-in is 60 minutes prior to your event start. So if this is the first competition that you are competing in today, first of all, welcome. You must check in 60 minutes prior. You do that underneath the main grandstand. You do not go straight to the call room. You must check in. If you fail to check in, then you may or you will not be able to compete. So we've had a couple of situations this morning. We want to make sure everyone enjoys their competition. We require every athlete to check in 60 minutes prior. So there are no exceptions. You must head down to check in 60 minutes beforehand and sign your name and make sure that you've checked into your event to be eligible to compete. So we do appreciate your cooperation, and we want to make sure that everyone abides by the same rules and understands those rules, so please make sure you check in 60 minutes prior.
So a long jump competition underway down on the back straight.
Next medal presentation will be for the boys under 16 2,000 metre steeplechase in third place. And bronze medals today at the time of 6:25.58, representing the Knox Athletic Club, Jai Hatfield. In second place and silver medalist at the time of 6:24.63, representing Keelos Bernard, Mitchell Lenborn. And in first place, gold medalist and Victorian state champion at the time of 6:22.09, representing Geelong Guild, Ethan Grills. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the medalists of the under 16 boys 2,000 metre steeplechase.
number one then.
So heading across to the open women's discus. So competition underway in this event. And we brought the women's discus forward due to the heat. Tough conditions today with the temperatures we've been talking about throughout the coverage this morning. We will take a break this afternoon just to make sure that everything runs as safely as possible. Our field, Paneo Carbonatus from Box Hill, Emma Berg from South Bendigo, Kim Mulhall, multiple Victorian and national champion from Sandringham, also doing a great job with AV throwers. We have Alia Canapé from Western A's, Megan Champion from Mentone, Isabella Simonelli from Collingwood, Yvette Owens from Corio, and Jasmine Keppel from Diamond Valley. So that's the field in the women's discus. We do have a great break in the track program at the moment. Our hundreds will start at 11:25. The first of those will be the heats of the women's under 15. So plenty of action happening. We've got the triple jump on the back straight, women's open final discus. We have the pole vault. There are three competitors. So we're sticking to the triple jump at the moment. Jackson Jackatine from St Kevin's was on the runway or just jumped. So we're into the early rounds of the triple jump competition. Plenty of action still to come. And that's our competitor from Ringwood, which is Taylor Willis.
In the new colours. So Willis on the runway here in this triple. So just waiting for the flag on that one. And it's a white flag for Willis, so legal jump. As you see them now do the measure. So So as we said, another 15 minutes before we start 100 metre action on the track, but the women's open discus is now well underway. Mulhall perhaps favourite once again for a Victorian Championship. You've also got Alia Canepa moving through now into senior ranks. Emma Berg from South Bendigo, another one to watch out for. She's the 18-year-old or 17-year-old from around Echuca, I believe. Kim Mulhall representing the Sandringham club now. So it's Thomas Murphy now on the runway in the triple jump.
So just an update for all of our viewers on Asvic TV. The AV website has been down. We apologise for that. We've had our team from Fusion 5 working and they've found some major errors. So they're in the process of backing up our website. So we do apologise that we don't have our live results. We are very pleased to be saying we're moving off this platform in under a week into a new stable platform. So on behalf of Athletics Victoria, our sincere apologies. We will be posting at the end of this session, which will finish about 1:20, all of the results from this morning's program up on our Facebook page. So that will happen after 1:20. So that'll be all of our field events and also our track events. And hopefully when we return for our evening session, Tim, we will have our website up and running. So our humblest apologies.
We certainly hope so. So Wendouree, Joe Labasse.
Also, triple jump is another discipline that's growing and growing, heavily supported by Owen Jones from Athletics Essendon. He coaches a number of groups down at Duncan McKinnon and also at his home ground at Aberfeldy.
Yeah, certainly there's a lot out there with Vasily as well, but Owen obviously doing some good work out there in the triple and having a great season too, Glenn.
Yeah, correct. He's 16-time national champion, competed at the Sydney Track Classic last weekend. I think he's up to about 19 or 20 individual state championships in triple jump and at one stage long jump as well in his early years.
Yeah.
I've had the pleasure of presenting the H.H. Hunter Shield to Athletics Essendon for the last, I think, 3 years.
And we will be updating the H.H. Hunter scores as of tonight. Melbourne University currently leading, Glenn. That's after the big result up at the Multis for Melbourne Uni.
And Tim, a leading question, explain to our viewers, what is the H.H. Hunter Shield?
Well, basically the H.H. Hunter Shield, it tests the depths of club because it's the top 8 in the open competition in all events, and that started with the 5,000 champs. We've also done the mile, the 100 yards. For men and women, it's true club depth right across the board. So the top 8 finishes in the Victorian Championships in all events at the Track and Field Champs count towards the H.H. Hunter. Now, traditionally powerful clubs there, as we just see the Mentone athlete there, which Liam Glue coming through. Just into the bit, but Box Hill and Essendon have been dominating that competition of late, and as you said, Essendon have won the last few. Box Hill always up there. They usually tend to do really well in events like the pole vault. Melbourne University, I think, pitching for a top 3. Western A's is another club that really value a top 5 performance in the H.H. Hunter, because we said it is a true test of depth right across your club, top 8s.
And as I said, I've presented the H.H. Hunter Shield to President John Heim, the only elected president of Athletics Victoria. He keeps reminding me of that, but great service.
Through a popular vote, is it?
The young man has done, also a prominent barrister and solicitor, but We've presented the HH 100 to Athletics Essendon for the last 3 years, which has been a testament to their involvement. And each year they have about 17 or 18 of their open athletes that contribite, which is absolutely sensational.
Fantastic. And the HH Hunter story is a fascinating one too. He was the Australian champion in the broad jump, and also on the trophy itself there's a very memorable rematch of the 100 yards where he just breasted the tape first. So
Charlie Froomes from Old Melburnians. This is the beginning of round 2.
Excellent. But back onto HH, he was a Bendigo dentist. Hunter Gill, still in Bendigo, named after him, and he's a big presence up in the Bendigo. But HH went to World War One, so as we see Lucas Vady from Glen Huntly on the runway. HH Hunter went to, I think he was served in Gallipoli. He was in the Gallipoli landing, and unfortunately for us and for HH, he was killed in action.
12:46, the jump from Charlie Froomes, beginning of round number 2. Sorry to interrupt the nostalgic moment, Tim.
Yeah, but interestingly, it wasn't in live fire. He was actually back. He'd been evacuated back into the medical area, and he was just hit randomly by a bullet. They don't know where it came from, and that bullet killed HH Hunter, unfortunately.
Yeah, so Lucas just losing his rhythm and his run-up. So we're into round number 2.
So Finn Murphy will be next on in the Chilwell colours.
So Finn Murphy asking for a bit of applause in the crowd down the back straight. So the wind's right behind them.
There's a good crowd down there at the moment too, Glenn.
Yeah, lots of coaches and parents, and this is the thing I like about the way this facility is set up. You can get up close and personal, particularly to our jumpers. So on the runway, Murphy attacked the board. Good elevation, good extension.
He had good speed going down the runway too.
Yep, certainly got
White
into
flag is up.
Got into a good position with his final part of his execution with the jump.
Does he look happy, Glenn? Well,
I'm sticking to the facts, Tim. We'll leave that to you. So 12:40 for Finn Murphy from Chilwell.
So Jackson Sweet will be next on the runway. And there he is in the new Sandringham kit. What do you think of it, Glenn?
Yeah, looks great. The traditional black and green. They've switched the colours around.
Yeah, the uniform, this one dates back to the 1940s. So it's a historic uniform that they have resurfaced, and I like it. I think they look distinctive in this uniform, and it's great to see that mix of old and new coming through for one of our more traditional clubs there at Sandringham, formed in the 1920s, I think.
Just doing a bit of work on the long jump board, just making sure that's flush, because for a lot of our triple jumpers off either the 13 or the 11 metre board, will be right in that area. You can see our official just missed that before we cut away to our long shot.
Did you ever do the triple?
No, couldn't. It's a very technical event, Tim.
Yeah, well, for a little shorty, underweight, middle distance runner, I used to get into the 11s at times. It was one of my preferred secondary events with a little bit of spring.
So attacking the board this time. Lost a little bit on the extension on the last jump there. Oh, unfortunately, red flag.
So I'd say the next one up is D'Artagnan Reed Brockman from Chilwell. So Reed Brockman on the runway. Just lost a little bit in the middle there, I reckon, Glenn. And the red flag also up for that one.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that athletics is a sport for everyone, and in the process we'd like to recognise a program being put out by the Melbourne University Athletic Club, who are conducting their very first Pride round at the Championships this weekend. This event aims to support GLBTIQ athletes both within Melbourne University Athletic Clubs and all throughout the community. So if you'd like to head down to the Melbourne University marquee and pick up a Pride and Sport wristband to demonstrate your support, their president, Hamish Beaumont, will be there to welcome you.
It's a great initiative, isn't it, Glenn? I see the bear sitting under the tent up there in the Melbourne University precinct. It'll be a warm day for the bear.
So Liam Griffith from Mornington Peninsula, sorry Tim, just executing his second attempt. .10.85 is the distance for young Liam. So our jumpers in this competition get 3+1, and the under 17 all will compete 3 rounds, and then the top 8 will have 1 extra attempt.
Blake Shaw on the runway for Frankston.
Yeah, just shy under 10, around 10 metres perhaps. White gets the white flag. Is our long jump or triple jump judge Peter Westwood, who will make the call on the distance.
Now we're seeing some wind indicators there too. Plus
this is
4.1.
going to be a perler for our sprinters.
Yeah, they won't be legal, but they'll be flying. The legs are going to have to catch up to the body, I reckon, as they're going down that straight.
12.66. So made an absolute liar of me. Then it looked like a 10.5 metre jump. That is why you should not judge from this side of the grandstand, Tim, and wait for the result.
Next up is Zachary Wong from Box Hill.
So 4.1. So we made the right decision. Hopefully tomorrow, when that wind changes, it's not as gusty when we head to our finals.
Hoping for a better day tomorrow. So that looked reasonably good. White flag is up for Wong. So we now await for the measure. There's the great man Alwyn Jones himself in the blue shirt, leaning over the fence. Plus 2.7. Gee, it's variable.
12.17 the distance for
Wong.
Zachary from Box Hill. We do hope you're enjoying the telecast here on ASVIC TV. Just a reminder, we are struggling with our website, which has been currently repaired via backup, so hopefully that'll be up soon. We will post all of the results at the end of this session, finishing around 1:25, 1:30, and then we're back here at 6 p.m. for field, 7 p.m. for track.
And Jackson Jackatine, St Kevin's on the runway. Second attempt. That looked pretty good. Let's watch for the flag here. White flag is up, so we'll wait now for the measure there on Jackatine. So plus 0.2. It's, you know.
So let's explain why that occurs. So at Lakeside, 13.04 that jump for the young man from St Kevin's. So the wind reading will gust as it does in this stadium. There are 2 main parts where a northerly wind will pick up, and once it gets into the stadium, because it's actually sunk about 3 or 4 metres below the height, it swirls around, so it's pretty inconsistent. So you've just seen after 3 jumps 4.1, 2.1 and then 0.4. So on that part of the stadium, as Taylor Willis from Ringwood gets on the runway, the wind can either be your friend or foe. So good extension, good hop, great jump from Taylor Willis. Accomplished hurdler, this young man. Great results at the Australian All Schools Championship up in Cairns in December.
Brother of Letitia.
Correct.
And so that I'm be interested in this call, Glenn. Hopefully you'll get it, because that looked good. He looks pretty
13.88. Willis claps loudly, gives a roar, so I would suggest not only a PB, but that also probably puts him in first place in the competition.
We'll try and get an update if we can and see the powers of Glenn Turner.
So I know this is your first time in live stream, Tim, but we absolutely grateful for our cameraman also being our eyes and ears on the ground, and we get what we take.
He's a good man in many ways, and I can just see they're starting to come out now for the 100 metres, so we'll be switching to that fairly soon. But lots of action out here in this fascinating competition. Good field numbers as we see Matthew Fryer. No, sorry, that's the Mentone. That would have been Murphy from Mentone. White flag up.
2.6.
So Murphy's a famous name in triple jumping at the Mentone Club. Andrew Murphy, his home club back in the day.
So 13.29 that last jump. So 13.88 is the lead so far as we wait for an update in the triple jump at the end of round 2 or thereabouts. Very shortly we'll start the 100 metres, Tim.
And we're looking forward to that, and Glenn Turner will be calling the action.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we head now to the 100 metres for the first of a series of preliminary rounds. First will be the heats of the under-15 girls 100. There are 2 heats, so the first 3 in each heat, the next fastest 2 will proceed to the final. Lane number 2 from Box Hill is Holly Newmanhausen. Lane 3 from Essendon is Amanda Rout. In lane 4 from Sandringham, Jessica Millad. In 5 from Doncaster is Cicely Rossano. Lane 6 from Box Hill, Carly Senior. Lane 7 from Essendon is Eloise Lauder, and in lane 8 from South Bendigo is Mackenzie Southern. That is the field for the first of 2 heats in the under-15 women's 100. So as we mentioned, our 100 metres will start. We have about an hour and a half's coverage of these events. Looking forward to some great racing and of course the wind hopefully behind the backs of our 100 metre runners. So reasonable start from everyone. Probably the best to get going is Malat, starting to move forward. Neuenhauser chasing it down as well, and Rossano from Doncaster. But Jessica Malat, back half of her race, puts her foot down and will take out the first heat. Rossano second, close for third. But Jessica Malat from Sandringham will progress to the next round or the final. The first 3 in each heat, the next fastest 2. So back at the triple jump, and thanks to the marvels of modern technology, we do have an update of the results. So it is Taylor Willis, 13.88, leading the competition at this stage. We are into the back end of round 3. So after this round, the top 8 will then get a further 1 attempt. So Charlie Froomes is on the runway from Old Melburnians. So he's had 2 legal jumps so far. It looks like 13.46 is his best jump as he starts his preparation in the triple. Young man from Old Melburnians. First to jump in this group of 15 jumpers. So let's introduce to you the second heat of the under-15 women's 100. So in lane number 2 from Athletics, Nunawading is Arana Manchinaki. In lane 3 from Ballarat Harriers is Layla Watson. Lane 4 from Mentone, Alicia Ockerby. Lane 5 from Sandringham is Amelia Spenceley. Lane 6 from Sandringham is Zoe Billsborough. Lane 7 from Essendon is Catherine Baines. And lane 8 from Frankston, Nancy Agostino. That's the field for the second heat. Charlie Froome's 1-2-7-6 in the next round of the triple. So our second heat lining up in the starters' hands. So all away well, probably Watson and Ockerby the best to get going. Ockerby flying, and so on the outside is Agostino from Frankston. But Ockerby in the middle, starting to be challenged by Spenceley and Agostino on the outside. That's how they'll finish, Ockerby, Spenceley, Agostino. Unofficially, of course, the first 3 in heat number 2 of the women's under 15 100 metres. So a good run there from Alicia Ockerby. Not a bad start, but Spenceley, the back half of her 100 metres started to come home in the last 25. And Nancy Agostino from Frankston on the outside, great run from her. Let's head back to the triple. We have Finn Murphy from Athletics Chilwell. So not looking as vehement and happy as he did after his first and second round attempts. Goes back and has a chat with his coach. 12.51 for Finn Murphy. So we've got Jackson Sweet from Sandringham on the runway.
We've got 15-minute break. Wait for the next group.
So he needs to get a legal jump. Had a couple of challenges in the first couple of rounds. So 13.48 for Jackson Sweet from Sandringham. So slowly chasing Taylor Willis, who's leading the competition with a 13.88 jump. So we'll stay with triple jump. We have some heats of the 100s coming up shortly. Next on the runway is Data Reed Brookman from Athletics Chilwell. So the wind just legal plus 2.0. That's the number that we want to see throughout the event today, particularly in triple. And then when we head across to our 100 metres, 2.0 is the legal wind time. Liam Griffith from Mornington Peninsula on the runway, getting himself psyched up. Very hard to determine at Lakeside, particularly with the gusty winds, when to go. You can see that windsock blowing. So Griffith heading down the runway. Great elevation on the jump. So legal jump for Liam Griffith from Mornington. So 12.48, and you can see that was a minus 1.2, so it's now turned around to a headwind. So Blake Shaw from Frankston This is round number 3, third attempt. Gathers some momentum, heads for the board, wants a clean push-off step. Great jump. Doesn't look very happy. So that wind's now consistently turned around 0.3. So 12.40 for Blake Shaw. Next on the runway should be Zachary Wong from Box Hill. So the windsock just a little off our picture, but it's just starting to move around the other way. So Wong, nice extension, a little flat on the jump, but again a legal jump, which is awesome, and that's plus 0.7. So 12.08 for Zachary Wong from Box Hill. So Jackson Jockatine from St Kevin's, third attempt, I should say, round 3, may in fact proceed to the next round. So our next track event will be 11:45, which will be the under 16 heats of the girls 100 metres. So at the moment we're staying with triple jump. We do have very shortly we'll have our opens women's discus. We have pole 12.53 for young Jackson Jockatine from St Kevin's. And Taylor Willis, our leader. So ladies and gentlemen, Taylor Willis on the runway in the under 17 men's triple jump. Jumped 13.88 so far. Great elevation, big jump from the young man from Ringwood. Waits for that white flag, there it goes. And look at the wind, plus 2.0. All the planets have aligned in this third round of competition. Let's wait and see what the distance is. $14.18 for the young man from Ringwood. He's happy. Any happier, he'd be up in the sky, but congratulations to Taylor Willis. Getting congratulations all round. So the under 17 competition is into its third round. We also have our pole vault competition at the city end of the stadium. And very shortly we'll have our presentation for the open women's discus. So Willis was absolutely rocketing after that jump. 13.88 and then 14.10 or 14.18 thereabouts. But as we saw, 2.0 on the wind gauge, which is exactly what he needed, not a breath more or a breath less. So Thomas Murphy from Mentone. So 12.27 for the young man from Mentone, Thomas Murphy. So Aiden Hinson, end of round number 3. Looked a reasonably good jump. White flag goes up. Waiting for it. Plus 2.4 on the wind gauge. $14.22 for young Aiden Hinson. So he sounds like he's our leader in the competition. And Liam Glue from Mentone, the next on the runway. Coached by Alwyn Jones. Whoops, didn't quite get the run up correct. You can see that that affected his transitional phases, but that's the third and final round completed in the boys under 17 triple jump.
He has got enough friends to do so. I was cool enough to ask him if I was in his history. Geez, that was okay.
So still plenty of action to come here at Lakeside Stadium, the home of Coles Athletics Victoria State Track and Field Championships. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. Have a pole vault competition coming on. Just about to head to the presentation area for the Women's Open Discus. On the back straight we have the next of our jumps. And of course we have our preliminary rounds of the 100 metres. So we run all of our heats up until 150, which will be the final, or sorry, it'll be the final set of preliminary rounds of the Women's Open heats. And then there'll be a break at 2 o'clock. In the field, we've just had the Opens Women Discus, the Under-17 Men's Triple Jump. At 11:30 we'll have the Under-20 Pole Vault. At 12 o'clock we'll switch from discus to javelin, the women's under-20 javelin, and over on the back straight, the women's under-20 triple jump. So heaps of action to come before our break. So ladies and gentlemen, just before we head down to the next heats, we'll cross over for one of the prestigious presentations on today's calendar. Brought to you by Tim Crosby, our Master of Ceremonies. This will be the Women's Open Discus Final presentation.
So thanks, Glenn. And as he said, one of the most prestigious of our presentations this morning, it will be the Open Women's Discus Throw. And in third place, with a best of 44.77, representing the Collingwood Harriers, Isabella Simonelli. In second place and receiving the silver medal with a best of 45.65, representing South Bendigo, Emma Berg. And our winner, which we believe is for the 12th time, representing Sandringham with a best of 55.43, Kim Mulhall. So congratulations to Isabella, Emma and Kim, our medalists there in the Women's Open Discus Throw.
Thanks, Tim Crosby. Let's turn our attention to the next 100 metres. This is the first of two preliminary rounds in the Under-16 women's event. Full field of 8. Let's introduce the field in heat number 1. In lane 1 from Glen Huntly is Florence McInerney. In lane 2 from Albury, Ashley Farmer. 3 from Ballarat is Angelica Selkirk. 4 from Sandringham is Hannah Cote. 5 from Western A's is Chantel Williams. Lane 6 from Box Hill, Eden Lloyd. 7 from Geelong is Georgia Tarr. Lane 8 from Bendigo Harriers is Georgia Peace. The top 3 place getters in each heat. The next fastest 2 across the 2 heats will proceed to the final. Over to our starter. So all away well, probably Cote in the middle, the best to get going. She's flying. Chantel Williams challenging her, but Cote from Sandringham looking very strong in this first heat, and that's how they'll finish. Cote first, Williams second, then Selkirk would be my pick in lane number 3, unofficially of course. But Hannah Cote from Sandringham will take out heat number 1. Now in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we are very, very pleased to have a very special interview from Tim Crosby. And Tim, who do you have down at presentations?
I've got the very, very special Kim Mulhall. Kim, we think that's win number 12. That's pretty awesome. You're a 28-year-old, so 12 wins. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I think I've been around for a little while, as you just reminded me. An old girl, I think you phrased it. Yeah, but it's pretty exciting. I think I was 15 or 16 when I won the first one, so it still seems like just yesterday. But
now, you've got big aspirations as we lead through 2019 to 2020. Now, you're up around PB mark at the moment, so not far off it. What do you need to get to Tokyo?
yeah, so it's 61 to get to both Doha and Tokyo. My PB is just under 58, so I think I should get that this year and then hopefully then build on that next year and get that 61 mark and get to Tokyo.
You'll have the national champions coming up, obviously. Now, the training base, you're back at Sandringham now, and the training must be going pretty well because you're in near career best form.
Yeah, it's really good. It's pretty close to my house, Sandy, and there's a really good setup there and really good vibes, good people around. So, I'm loving training at the moment and loving it down there.
Well, it's an important factor, isn't it? You've got to enjoy what you're doing. You're saying that, there might be not too many more years to go, because I said you could win 20 of these and you don't think you can. But it's really important, isn't it? You enjoy what you're doing. You're smiling a lot at the moment. You're enjoying competition, and that's going to help you if you are going forward to Tokyo.
Yeah, definitely. I sort of spent a few years putting a lot of pressure on myself and maybe not enjoying it as much as I wanted to. So I think for the next few years, I don't think I'm going to get another 8, but for the next few years, I think just enjoy it and make the most of it.
Well, congratulations on number 12, Kim, and obviously we'll see a lot more of you over the next few years.
For sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Wonderful representative of athletics in Victoria. She does a marvellous job with AV throwers. Congratulations to Kim Mulhall. Heat number 2 behind their blocks. Lane 1, Olivia Skerry from Ringwood. In lane 2 from Old Zaverians and Natasha Wood. Lane 3 from Knox is Amber Clark. Lane 4 from Diamond Valley, Angel Akpaibo. Lane 5 from Diamond Valley is Shahana Wedges Indira. Lane 6 from Mentone, Abby Francis. 7 from Dandenong Springvale is Sierra Lee. And in lane 8 from Keelos St Berners is Ebony Mannion. That's the field, heat number 2. So again, the top 3 and the next fastest 2 will proceed to the final. So Hannah Cote set the pace, blistering heat run. What will happen in heat number 2? So Pybo a little slow to get going, but Widgeon Nasara from Diamond Valley. Pybo starts to wind up. It's the 2 Diamond Valley athletes and Clark Honor inside. But Pybo will take out this heat. Widges and Dara will be second. I think Amber Clark from this angle, unofficially from Knox, will be third, but we'll leave it to our photo finish judges. And isn't that a beautiful number down on the wind gauge, plus 2.9, although not legal, it certainly indicates that we have the wind behind our backs. So great heat run from Angel Akpaibo. She's had a great start to the season last year racing in the All Schools competition. Widgeon Dara from Diamond Valley also doing a great job, finishing off after a pretty good start. Akpaibo was a little slow to get out of the blocks, but hey, it didn't matter at the end. I think Amber Clark finishing in third position. So there's the times. Hannah Cote, 12:07. This is heat number 1. Williams, 12:39. Selkirk, 12:77. And Lloyd, 12:78. Just waiting for the official results of the second heat of the under-16 100 metres. But great camaraderie between the girls and the under-16 heats so far. We're back to the javelin during the warm-up. So that was Jamison Battistella from Western A's. Still in the warm-up stages. Just making sure we've got the right athlete. Holly Hodges from Athletics, Nunawading. So our field is Georgia Bertram from St Kevin's. We mentioned Battistella from Western A's, Holly Hodges from Nunawading, Bridie Kelly from Frankston, Jessica McKenzie from St Kevin's, and Dana Kasparadis from Mentone. That is in the women's under-20 javelin throw. So our next event on the track will be the under-16 boys 100-metre heats, 2 of those. Then we have the under-17 women's. And we'll head towards the under-18 age group, then the under-20, and then the open men and women heats of the 100 metres. Hope you're enjoying the Coles Athletics Victoria State Championships at Lakeside Stadium. The weather is starting to heat up. I hope you're enjoying the telecast brought to you by Athletics Victoria and ASVIC TV. Current temperature in Albert Park as we quickly race for the bomb. It's just hit 30.9 degrees. The Bureau tells us it feels like 27. I think our camera crew are probably arguing that is certainly not the case. So the wind is currently 24 kilometres an hour from the north. 30% humidity, so a little sticky around the edges. Top temperature of 37. And as if like clockwork, graphic goes up confirming 30 degrees.
Griffith's got out of the pool room.
So ladies and gentlemen, the best way to get out of this heat today is head down to one of the Coles hydration set marquees. They're located just outside the Victorian Institute of Sport. Head out, keep cool, and there's also one just past the finish line. So the 2019 Coles Athletics Victoria State Championship, proudly brought to you by, of course, Coles. We thank them for a wonderful partnership, not only in Victoria, but also as a major sponsor and partner of Athletics Australia. Still plenty to come. 100-metre heats, the under-16 men. You can see them walking around the back straight at the moment. And head down to the cool misting area, take a bit of a break here at Lakeside Stadium. So just about to get underway in the women's under-20 javelin final. Also we saw John Stephenson, world champion representative, member of the Silver Bullet relay team. Also heading up the Athletics Victoria Foundation. Also one of the key contributors to Nitro Athletics held here at Lakeside Stadium. So John heading out to see what's happening at Lakeside. So great to have him on board. So competition just about to get underway. We mentioned our competitors in the women's javelin. George Bertrand from St Kevin's on screen, was on screen Jessica McKenzie, but ready to throw first will be Georgia Bertrand. She'll open up the 6-round competition for all 6 competitors. So the women's under-20 javelin throw is underway. Let's introduce the field. Just throwing there was Georgia Bertrand from St Kevin's. Jamison Battistella from Western A's will be next on the runway. And Station 3, Holly Hodges from Athletics Nunawading. Station 4 from Frankston is Bridie Kelly. 5 from St Kevin's is Jessica McKenzie. And from Mentone is Dana Kasparadis. So a field of 6 in the under-20 women's javelin. The Victorian record held by Annabelle Thompson from South Bendigo, 56.01, and she set that on the 15th of July, 2004. So 36-17 opens up Georgia Bertrand's account from St Kevin's. On the runway, Jamison Battistella. So out over the 30-metre mark for Jamison, opening up her account in this event today. So 30-39, the opening throw for Jamison Battistella. So very shortly we'll head back down to the next event on the track, which will be the under-16 men's 100 metres. 2 rounds. So full fields. We're running 9 in each of these heats. So 18 competitors. The top 3 in each heat, the next fastest 2, will proceed to the final, which will be held tomorrow mid-morning. So 28-51, first round attempt for Holly Hodges. So first round attempt for Bridie Kelly from Frankston on the runway. Sorry, just thrown her first round. So 27.69, and that's where we will leave for the moment our javelin. Let's head back down to the 100 metres, the first of 2 heats. 9 in each heat, so 18 competitors in the boys under 16 100 metres. Let's introduce the field while they're still going through their final stages. In lane number 1 from Sandringham will be Ben Horsey. Lane 2 from Collingwood is Nicholas Durazio. Lane 3 from Sandringham is Lucas Target. 4 from St Kevin's, Gus Simpfendorfer. Lane 5 from Albury Athletics, Jack Bolton. Lane 6 from Old Melburnians, Ryan Tarrant. Lane 7 from Western Athletics is Hussein Ali. And lane 8 from Frankston, Lachlan Sutherland. And in lane number 9 from Ballarat YCW, Samuel Blood. So the first 3 in each of these heats and the next 2 fastest times across both heats will proceed to the final. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the field for heat number 1 of the under 16 boys 100 metres. We hope our start area controller has them ready to go. So ones to watch in this, Gus Simpfendorfer from St Kevin's in the yellow stripe. So he's 4 from the right. Next to him, Jack Bolton, Albury Athletics. I expect Jack to get away like a rocket. Let's see how heat number 1 progresses. That unfamiliar sound of the recoil gun makes everyone shudder a second as we wait for the result. So next throw in the women's under 20 javelin as we wait to see what happens down at the 100 metres. So we have a break by the look of it. So Ryan Tarrant given the break or disqualification card, so unlucky for him in his campaign in the state championships. So safely away the second time. Bolton up like lightning. Chasing him down is Simpfendorfer, and then on the outside Sutherland. But Jack Bolton, watch him run. Simpfendorfer will be second, and then on the inside in lane number 2. One, sorry, is Ben Horsey from Sandringham. But Jack Bolton, plus 2.8. We'll just wait for the official time. 11.04, the official time for the winner of heat number 1. And in the meantime, we'll head down to Tim Crosby. Looks like he has the men's triple jump under 17 ready for presentation.
So next presentation is for the men's under 17 triple jump, and our bronze medalist with a best of 13.77 representing Mentone, Thomas Murphy.
If you wanted, we finished with that. We don't need that again.
Silver medalist with a best of 14.18 representing Ringwood, Taylor Willis. Gold medalist, new Victorian champion with a best of 14.70, representing Frankston, Aidan Hinson.
So on the runway, Jessica McKenzie from St Kevin's in the under 20 women's javelin. So ladies and gentlemen, let's move to heat number 2 of the boys under 16 100. A full field of 9 in lane number 1 representing Wyndham, Gyan Singh. Lane 2 from Old Melburnians is Hugo Hannick. 3 from St Kevin's, William Tanner. 4 from Western A's is Ryan Braithwaite. 5 from Williamstown is Matthew Payne. Lane 6 from Casey Cardinia, Jack Schneiderit. Lane 7 from Western A's, Bikram Saini. Lane 8 from Melbourne University is Jason Tech, and in lane 9 from Glen Huntley is Finn Painter. That's the field, a field of 9. The top 3 in this heat will automatically progress, and the next 2 fastest across both heats will proceed to the final. Over to you, Mr. Starter. So all the way well, Braithwaite the best to get going, so did Payne from Williamstown. So Payne's out like a rocket, chasing him down is Schneiderik, but Payne will take heat number 2, he'll progress, so will Schneiderik, and then close, my pick is Saini from Western A's, 1, 2, 3, unofficially of course, we'll wait for the official results, but a great start from our winner of heat number 2 from Williamstown, Matthew Payne. My apologies, 11.20, the winning time for Matthew Payne, which is going to set up an amazing final in the under-16 men's 100 metres. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, the check-in will close at 12:50 today. Just a reminder, check-in will close at 12:50 for those who are still competing at 1:50. And then it will reopen at 4:15 this afternoon. So in the meantime, a reminder that MSAC, the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre, our good friends, are offering a 50% discount for anyone with an Athletics Victoria bib competing at the championships today, or who has an entry ticket. You'll get a 50% discount at the swimming pool. So if you'd like to head across and hydrate, please do so. But as a reminder, we will be closing our check-in at 12:50. So back to the women's javelin, getting into the second round of competition. But those under 16 boys 100s were frightfully fast. So Jack Bolton taking out heat number 1 from Albury Athletics. Unfortunately, Ryan Tarrant DQ'd after a false start. So Bolton around 11.04, Ben Horsey 11.62, Simpfendorfer 11.82. They're the first three from heat number 1. And then in heat number 2, we'll see Matthew Payne definitely proceed to the final, Jack Schneidereit from Casey Cardino, and probably Bikram Saini, if I've said that incorrectly, my apologies, from Western Athletics. Great interview before with the lovely Kim Mulhall, a stalwart of support of athletics in Victoria, and just a lovely individual.
Yeah, in a good space at the moment, Kim, and that's really nice to see just the smiles on her face. She's enjoying what she's doing, now self-coached, and just in control of herself and what she's doing. And, I really, fingers crossed, we can get her. World champs might be a stretch, but I reckon Olympics. If we could get Kim to the Olympics, that would be an awesome result for one of the standout Victorian performers over the last decade, Glenn.
Yeah, and such a lovely club lady as well. Does a great amount of work for her club.
Does a lot of coaching of juniors. She's really in a good space.
Yeah, and a big supporter of AV throwers as well.
Yeah, which we've got big plans for that next year too. I think we'll see that sort of morph into some of the HVC or Milers Club meets. And those specialist groups are just going to be rocking and rolling in 2020.
So Bridie Kelly getting a red flag on that throw. May have not finished up exactly where she needed it, but is that a world first announcement, Tim? On behalf of Milers Club, you're putting AV throwers. I think it'd be a great combination.
Oh, I think it'd be wonderful. It certainly adds to the program because they have a very low footprint. Just got to watch out for our guys cooling down amongst javelins, but apart from that, it could be quite a good thing to see.
Well, we do pride ourselves on making sure our competitions are run as safely as possible, so certainly a great opportunity. But on the runway now, Jessica McKenzie from St Kevin's.
She's an up-and-coming multi-eventer, McKenzie. We're seeing her doing some of the 800s and events like that at Milers. That one fell a bit flat, but they'll get a measure on that one from McKenzie in the St Kevin's colours. Also good to see Battistella out there as well. Another one of the multi-eventers.
So let's head back to the 100 metres. Our next age group is the under-17 girls. There are 2 heats. The first 3 in each heat, the next fastest 2 will proceed to the final. Lane number 3 from Casey Cardinia is Felicity Juvelet. 4 from Keelos and Bernard's Rebecca Bain. Lane 5 from Collingwood is Kiara Santaglia. In 6 from Geelong is Abby Cripple. Lane 7 from Mentone is Catriona McMaster. 8 from Western A's is Natalie Christie. And in lane 9 from Diamond Valley is Alyssa Kenzol. That is the lineup for heat number 1. Over to you, Mr. Starter. So pretty open field, this under-17 age group. 2 heats. We have in this heat probably Santaglia from Collingwood and Cripple will be the ones to watch in the centre of the field. So third and fourth from the right-hand side of the picture. So Santalia up and running, so's Cripple on her outside, and also Bain in the inside. But Santalia from Collingwood fires up in the back half of the race, being challenged by Bain on the inside and also Kenzol. But it will be Santalia and Bain, and my pick Kenzol for 1, 2, 3. We'll wait for the official time and the official photograph brought to you by Kodak today. 12:21 the official time. How quickly we can actually process 8mm film. But congratulations to Kiara Santalia from Collingwood taking out heat number 1. So heat number 1, great start from Santalia. Flew out of the blocks in her first phase of her start. So looking really, really strong in the next heat. Kiani Sidnor, and we'll introduce the field shortly, and Millie Webster in the middle of the field. But heat number 1 underway, and it is marvellous how quickly we process film, although I have been reminded that I've used that joke too many years and people are sick of it. So we will just go back to simply saying it's electronic timing, brought to you by Swiss, and of course the photo finish team, which is A, B, C and D team at the moment. Big thank you to our photo finish team and also all of our Victorian officials doing a marvellous job this weekend in pretty warm conditions.
I was just out there for about 10 minutes, Glenn, and I've come in for a little bit of air conditioning. Feels good.
Well, the bureaus, or the weather forecast has just hit 31 degrees. I can see Raf scrambling for his graphic. We won't make him do that just at this stage. But the temperature, it's 31.4, so it is heading up to its predicted 37 degrees. So, ladies and gentlemen, just while heat number 2 are getting set and finalised, let's introduce the field. In lane number 3 from Collingwood, we welcome Emma Carr. Lane 4 from Geelong is Chelsea Klipinski. Lane 5 from Sandringham is Kiani Sidnor. 6 from Mentone, Millie Webster. Lane 7 from Corio, Bianca Cesar. Lane number 8 from Sandringham is Kandali Powell. That's the field for heat number 2. Best of luck. So a field of 6 in heat number 2. So watch, third from the right-hand side is Kiani Sidnor. Next to her is Millie Webster. So all the way well, Sidnor and Webster the best to get going. It is Sidnor from Sandringham starting to pick up the challenge. Webster going with it from Mentone. But it's going to be an easy 1-2 for Sidnor and Webster, who will proceed. Close for third. My pick will be Bianca Cesar from Corio, will take the third spot into the final. But the wind is now 0.3. So that was the second heat of the under-17 Girls 100.
So presentation now for the men's under-20 pole competition, receiving the bronze medal with a long jump of 4 meters 10 from Eureka, Bryce Stevenson.
Looks like next group's coming in.
And receiving the silver medal with a jump of 4 meters 25 from the British Chilwell, Jonathan Burns Jr. The under-20 gold medalist with a long jump of 4 meters 60 from the boxer with the club, Dalton DeMedio. So big congratulations to Dalton, for Jonathan and Bryce in the men's under-20 pole competition.
Well, I can see that piece there. Look at it from here.
So beautiful conditions now. What a great position for Lakeside Stadium, just outside the beautiful city of Melbourne. Don't get sick of that view.
No, especially the nighttime sessions too, Glenn. That sunset once again last night over the Melbourne CBD just was awesome. It makes for some spectacular photography.
Wonderful pictures. You can see the Melbourne skyline there. Up St Kilda Road, heading across to Eureka Tower. So wonderful position. There was lots of controversy when Athletics Victoria was rehomed from their traditional Melbourne Olympic Park. Beautiful stadium there, and it's got lots of history and lots of memories. And the beautiful thing is those memories and history will stay. They can never change. But we're making some more here on day 2 of the 2019 Coles Athletics Victoria Track and Field Championships. Women's under-20 javelin underway.
And that's Mackenzie again, I think. So just Mackenzie coming in to throw. Getting that out there in the mid-40s, mid-30s perhaps for Jessica Mackenzie. White flag is up.
So I am listening now if anyone's got that distance. No.
So it looks like Bridie Kelly will be next up in the Jav. Just obscured there by our tent. We'll see her now approach the run-up.
Oh, big.
Yeah, just shy of the 30 mark there, and they will be doing the measure. White flag is up.
Oh, judged a legal throw. That's good.
It's always a good start. They don't mind too much of, because it just keeps the flight up.
So just a reminder, at the conclusion of the morning session, if you would like to take advantage of a 50% discount on entry into MSAC's pool, please take your championship bib, or show your championship bib and your entry ticket to receive 50% off at the pool. Just a reminder, the check-in will close at 12:50, which is in half an hour's time, for the remainder of the events on the morning's program. It will reopen at 4:15 this afternoon.
So a nice one there from Kasperitis. It's being measured now. And I think it might be, could be better still. Oh no, it looks like it might be the Nunawading athlete next up, which is Holly Hodges. So just shy of the 30-metre mark there for Hodges, or thereabouts.
Raf getting ready for the hundreds.
I want to see you at every big one. Yeah, what's happening with the second heat? No, the system's not working. You didn't hear him this morning. I'm going to whack the second heat up. Tell them we've got people waiting to see the second heat.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce event 41, which is the under-17 boys 100-metre preliminaries. There are 3 heats, so the first 2 in each heat, and the next fastest 2 times will proceed to the final. Ladies and gentlemen, in lane number 3, representing Sandringham Athletic Club, Jackson Sweet. In lane 4 from Geelong, Hamish Poulter. Lane 5 from Old Zaverians is Brodie Hicks. In lane 6 from Ivanhoe's, Benjamin Eddings. Lane 7 from Box Hill, Jordan Liang. Lane 8 from Geelong is Ezekiel Blyton, and in lane 9 from South Coast, we welcome Matthew Merrilees. That's the field for the first of the 3 heats. So big fields in the men's under-17 group. They've split them into 3 heats. So just on 21 people competing. So in this heat, look for Benjamin Eddings and Brodie Hicks. So they're 3rd and 4th from the right of your screen. So just a little unsteady, so the starters call them up out of their blocks. Nothing to be concerned about. Of course, the new rules in relation to false starts, it's all about movement in the set position. Best person to explain that is a young man called Ben Offrens from Athletics New South Wales. So away this time and a recall again. Sorry, not again, for the first time. So something must be a little awry or amiss. We'll wait to see what colour card comes out. So if it's green, it's all steady. If it is another colour, so that beautiful green. So let's see how they go from the third time of asking in the under 17 boys 100 metres. He's very quick up into this. So we're not sure what happened this time, perhaps a little unsteady, we'll wait and see, but they're very quick up into the set, very reminiscent of a VAL start, but I'm simply an observer, so we'll see what happens at this stage. So unfortunately for Benjamin Eddings, he has been disqualified. So they're away this time, unusual to say the least, but Brodie Hicks and also Hamish Poulter fighting it out, but it'll be Hicks from Old Zaverians. Poulter will run second and Sweet will take third. So that's how they'll finish after the third time of asking. Brodie Hicks from Old Zaverians will take out plus 5.2. 11:15 is the time. My goodness, any faster they'll end up in Elwood, Tim. That wind is certainly right behind them in heat number 1 of the under 17 boys 100.
And that would be Elwood via the Albert Park Lake, I think. Glenn, a bit of a swim to get through. Yeah, the wind is really still all over the shop, though. There's no consistency, but it seems to be stiff.
Look, I'm going to call it. I thought there was, in that third attempt away, it looked like either Poulter or Hicks got a bit jiggly on the line. But you know what? We are simply, as we mentioned, the callers of what we see, and we leave it up to the professionals. So anyway, next heat, we've lost Matthew Fryer. We'll introduce the field shortly. So we have a field of 5. So one of the stronger heats, Antonio Waitohe and Charlie Frooms from Old Melburnians. But let's introduce the field to you now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, heat number 2 are going through their final stages, and love the sportsmanship. Wishing everyone the best. In lane number 3 from Casey Cardinia is Malik Gunal. In lane 4 from Old Melburnians, Charlie Frooms. In lane 5, one of my favourite names to say from Bendigo Harriers, Antonio Waituhe. In lane 6 from Mentone is Noah Oliver. And in lane number 8 from Glen Huntley is Lucas Videye. So that is the field for heat number 2, men's under 17 100. So ones to watch in this, Charlie Froome second from the right and Antonio Waitohe, great sprinter from Bendigo Harrier region, so second and third from the right. So all the way well, Waituhe starting to fire up, Froome's going with him, it's a battle with Oliver as well, but Antonio Waitohe pulls away and he'll take out this heat easily. Noah Oliver from Mentone, great run from him second. Charlie Froomes will peek through, but the first two Waitohi and Oliver will automatically progress to the final, and young Charlie will just need to wait for one more heat to find out if he has progressed. 11.19, the official time for Antonio in heat number 2. So it looked like Waitohi took a while to get going in that 100 metres, but when he did, that was it. He sort of switched into overdrive at about the 50-metre mark. He's had a very busy summer campaign. He went to the National All-Schools and competed for the Big V quite successfully. Also participated in the relay teams as well. So
he's got a personality, isn't he? And you can see that in his demeanour on the start line. There's just something about him. But do you know Oliver? He came through beautifully in that run, Glenn.
Look, love to see Oliver over 200 metres. I think he probably needs the extra distance.
Yeah, just to really wind it up. But he came home very strongly. And, yeah, Froomes, I think, will hopefully get through on that time.
But talk about edgy around the start.
Yeah, I know. But look, those guys were out as a bunch. And, yeah. Let's see what the third heat brings.
Well, not too far away. Some great depth in the under-17 age group. Let's tell you all about it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the third and final heat are going through their final preparations. In lane number 3 from Geelong, we welcome Jacob Eastwood. Lane 4 from Geelong, we have Jack Ha. In lane 5 from Albury, Thomas Johnson. Lane 6 from Diamond Valley, Bay Agostino. Lane 7 from Frankston is Caden Howden. And in lane 8 from Athletics Essendon, we welcome Declan Byrne. That is the field for the third and final heat, men's under-17 100 metres.
There'll be some interest in this race in the room next to us, where our producer will be watching his son hurtling down the 100 metres.
Now, there's an unconfirmed rumour that he gets absolutely nervous. Cannot watch anything, so he's shaking his head at the moment.
I can see some sweat beads building there, GT.
So one's to watch, Johnson third from the right and Agostino next to him. So third from the left, third from the right. Yeah, way well this time, all out very strongly. Ha, Eastwood, but it's Agostino starting to wind up. Johnson challenging. Johnson's loping in from Albury. Great heat run. Agostino switches off as well. And Caden Howden. So that'll be my pick, plus 1.1, so legal time. So Thomas Johnson from Albury. 11.27, the official time for the young man from Albury. Great to see a number of athletes from Albury Athletics. Bay Agostino, my pick for second. And we'll have to wait to see who progresses into the final.
Could be another one that you watch as he winds up, because he just seemed to be getting that stride pattern happening over the last 30 to 40.
He great elevation, great hip movement, and just floated across the last part of the 50. He, for me, looks like a 400 metre runner.
Could possibly be.
But he's got plenty of speed, which is what they need.
And isn't that good at this age to be building that before they transition them further up through the distances? So
look, and I've said this to you many times, you are far more of a coaching expert than I am, but the base speed that you need to be a 400 metre runner is absolutely critical, and even the speed for 8s as well.
Well, we take that right through to the marathon too, Glenn. If you can't run a 5K, then you can't run a marathon too well either. So speed is important. Sometimes gets forgotten about, and really development. And you hark back, I love to say a name, but Tamsin Manu Lewis. I remember her as a young girl coming through, and 1s and 2s were her deal. That's where they ran her. She developed speed, and then that went through to the 400, went through to the 800.
And multiple state and national champion over 4 and 4 hurdles.
Correct, yes. Yeah, so very multidisciplinarian, but during the early stages of her career as a junior, it was 1s and 2s, and she was very good at it.
And she's also a current committee member of Athletics Victoria, and she heads up a wonderful new subcommittee called the Athletes Subcommittee, which she's currently got a number of high-profile coaches, athletes and administrators. So it's great to see that she's still involved with athletics. It's her sport. It's in her blood. She's currently living in Brisbane at the moment, and she's doing.
We can't help that, can we?
She's doing a lot of great work for Athletics Victoria on the board. She's also part of the Aths TV commentary team that you'll see in a couple of weekends' time at the Perth Track Classic on the 16th of March, and then we head to Brisbane for the Brisbane Track Classic. And I should correct myself and say it's called the Jandakot Airport Track Classic in Perth. The CEO, the lovely Wayne Earl of Loxley, I'm sure will be watching the telecast today, reminding me of the sponsor's name. And then, of course, the 1st of April, we head to Nationals.
Now, obviously, you know where Jandakot Airport is?
Jandakot Airport's in Perth.
Excellent.
It's actually a private airport that's owned by one of the board members of Athletics Western Australia.
Really? Okay.
So it does a lot of freight, a lot of the mining runs up to northern Western Australia. You're looking at me as if you didn't think I knew the answer, didn't you?
You're surprising me with your depth of knowledge. But it's great to be in Western Australia. Very good at getting these sponsorship deals. So good on them, and the more we get in, and great to see Coles branded around here today too, Glenn, over the weekend.
Yeah, big thank you to our friends at Coles, who are, of course, our major partner of Athletics Australia, and they've extended that, of course, to Little Athletics Australia, and it's great to have them here at the Victorian State Championships. Right on your screen is the hydration centre. We've made a few changes, so come down. There's some water mist that'll keep you cool. That'll be operating all through the afternoon. If you are watching at home, we hope you are in the beautiful, cool air condition of your home. If you'd like to come down this afternoon, we would love to see you down here. We have an evening session starting at 7 o'clock. Some great racing.
Over 400 metres.
Over 400 metres.
No 15s. But we are looking forward. I was just talking to Lloyd night before, and those 400s, a lot of people for the men's events are getting, not to say that the women's won't be great too, but just the evenness of competition there, Glenn. I think we're going to see some people really jumping out today to try and get those positions through to the final.
We saw some interesting heats last night. There were 6 heats, I think, in the men's, and there were 4 in the women's. And the usual suspects, Luke Stevens, Liam Procaccino had progressed, but looks like we're just about ready for the next round of 100s. Next event on the track will be the first of 2 heats of the women's under 18. Field of 5 in heat number 1. The top 3 and the next fastest 2. Top 3 from each heat and the next fastest 2 across both heats will proceed. Let's introduce the field. In lane number 3 from Geelong is Keely Reid. Lane number 4 from Western Athletics is Kalaro 2. Lane 5 from Diamond Valley is Keely Boyne. Lane 6 from Diamond Valley is Georgia Gilson. And lane 7 from Casey is Hayley Schneiderit. That's the field for heat number 1. So pretty open first heat. Not a bad one insofar as the draw is concerned. Ratu from Western A's might take a little while to get going, but she should finish off strong. And Keely Boyne should be challenged by Gillison.
Yeah, Boyne's my tip.
So all the way well, and Boyne flew out of the blocks, out of the acceleration phase. She's leading them down. Gilson's running well. They're after the top 3 spots, but it's Keely Boyne, Gilson, Ratu coming home into the 3rd spot.
And she got it.
Will be Keely Boyne, Georgia Gilson, Kilara Ratu unofficially, plus 2.6 on the wind gauge. And 12:24 the official time for Keely Boyne from Diamond Valley. Well, Tim, you need to move back into the shorter sprints. Well picked. Keely Boyne, great run from her.
Yeah, no, she's been impressing all year, and she got out so well, Glenn. That was the key to that win. She was just gone.
And Ratu just sat back, took her a little while to get going, but she came over the top. Gillison was the surprise for me on the outside.
Yeah, but Ratu really wound that one up, didn't she? And I think she seemed in control of it and she knew what she was doing. Yeah, so that's heat number 1 done and dusted. You can see the wind right behind the girls' backs coming in to the home straight, which is fantastic to see. Lakeside always critical of having a headwind, but we take it when we can get it. Yeah, no, it's looking as stiff as it's been all day too, I think, Glenn. Looking at those bow flags, they're going more into that sort of north-westerly, which is obviously what's bringing the heat into Victoria.
We should take 2 seconds just to check the bureau. Yep, the temperature's gone up to 32.1. I like the fact that the bomb tells you it feels like 29. I don't think most of our officials and our camera crew will agree with that.
No.
The wind shifted to northerlies, 20 k's an hour. Humidity is staying at 29%. Now you're probably wondering why we keep on referring to the weather. It will have an effect on performances, particularly for our sprinters, and it will affect our javelin throwers and of course our jumpers. So top temperature of 37. It's predicted to be 35 at 2 o'clock and then 37 at 5. So heat number 2 getting ready. Field of 7, Adora Arch and Alexander Tarr, the ones to watch, and Georgina Mills. So let's introduce the field now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, heat number 2 are ready to go. In lane 3 from Doncaster is Rebecca Munyard. Lane 4 from Casey Cardinia is Alyssa Neal. Lane 5 from Western A is Adora Arch. 6 from Geelong is Alexandra Tarr. 7 from Frankston, Georgia Mills. And in lane 8 from Keelos and Bernards, Isil Tashin. That is the field for heat number 2 of the under-18 women's 100 preliminaries. So Adora Arch right in the middle. So third from the right on your screen, right in front of the coal sign, of course, major sponsor. Alexander Tarr from Geelong is next to her. So 3 and 4 from your left. So all the way well, Arch running well. Neil got a great start as well, but here comes Adora. She winds up that spring and starts in the back 50 of this race. So Adora Arch, Alexandra Tarr will move into second. So Arch first, Tarr second. Great run from Georgia Mills from Frankston would be my pick. I'm slightly off the line, but well done to Adora Arch from Western A's. A legal wind, as in a legal wind 2.0. And the official time, 12.17 for Adora Arch to take out heat number 2.
Now that was impressive, wasn't it?
Yeah, she's the one for me. She wound up really well. She came out of her acceleration phase and she was up and running by about 30 metres. Great run.
Yeah, and just held it all the way through too. So that's a very, very strong run from Arch.
So the final will be interesting tomorrow. So the under-17 boys between that group and now the under-18 girls between Adora Arch, Keely Boyne. So who's it going to be, Tim?
That'll be a good matchup. Look, you'd have to go with Arch given what we just saw. Boyne got to a good start, but Arch was probably better and held the run through right through to the 100 metres. So I'd be going with Arch at this stage. Yeah,
it looked like she wanted a big hit out too, which is the way that a lot of people approach these preliminary rounds. It's not everybody. We saw that last night in the 400s. A lot of them switched off around the 300 metre mark.
Now over on the far side of the track, we do have action underway in the women's under-20 triple, and the competitors are Kayla Elvis from Frankston, Jordan Barry Wendouree, Catherine Mendez from Essendon, Sky Cody Box Hill, Olivia Ryan Knox, Aris Patsouris from Preston, Jacinta Lee from Mornington Peninsula, and Alana Porter from Glen Huntly. So I'd say that's now our Preston athlete, Patsouris, on the runway. They'd be fairly well into this competition at the moment, Glenn. I'm not sure if your spies have got much info on the results, but we will try and get some information how it's progressing here in this women's under-20 triple. So Sky Cody next up, in the Box Hill colours. So 9:63 was the last performance. And that was a Patsouris from Preston. So Cody now on the runway. Nice cut over there to the jump, and that seemed pretty good. She's not too excited about it. So just waiting to see the flag. I'm not sure if the flag's gone up on that one at the moment. Are they measuring? I'm not sure if they are. So Sky Cody now just checking in with the coach to have a look at that last one and I think what may have gone wrong, and we look at the next competitor on. There was a red flag, so we just look at the next competitor coming down. That's Elvish from Frankston, red flag once again. So Mendez, Essendon. Always looks good in preparation, does Catherine Mendez. She's going very, very well in these jumps at the moment. One of our leading jumpers in this under 20 age group. White flag up for that one, so there will be a measure for Catherine Mendes from Essendon. She strolls down to just check the tape. Bit of a smile on Catherine's face, so they're probably not too bad a performance there, Glenn.
So 12.23.
12.23, that's not too bad a performance. Catherine Mendez. That may well be end of competition perhaps, Glenn. So with Mendez being the final jumper there, you might think that she'd be the favourite for the win, but that will be confirmed when they come across for presentations.
It certainly will. Let's get back to some track action. Ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track will be the heats of the men's under 18 100 metres. There will be two heats. Not surprisingly, the first three place getters in each heat and the next two fastest across both heats will proceed to the final. Let's introduce heat number one, Quality Field in lane 2 from Glen Huntley, Lucas Ryan. In lane 3 from Collingwood is Xavier Chung. In lane 4 from Western Athletics, the silver medalist from last year, Braden Portelli. Lane 5 from Maccabi, David Bleischer. Lane 6 from Ballarat Harriers, James Oro. Lane 7, the gold medalist from last year from Athletics Essendon, Melvin Monlay. And in lane 8 from South Melbourne, Kyle Haddard. That's the field, heat number 1 of 2. So the ones to watch, Braden Portelli from Western A's, third from the right, finished second last year. And then second from the left, the towering figure of Melvin Monlay from Essendon. Geez, Monlay got a great start, so did Portelli in the middle. So on the outside, Monlay winds up, Portelli chasing him down, Bleacher in the middle. But it's Melvin Monlay. We'll take it heat number 1. Portelli will run second. Bleacher will be third. I hope the young man, Kyle Haddad from South Melbourne, is okay. Plus 1.9 in the time. A very casual 10.93 for the winner of heat number 1, Melvin Monlay.
Contrasting styles there, weren't they, Glenn? That yeah, it's height and power there for Monlay, but gee, the Western A's runner,
Portelli.
Yeah, Portelli. The cadence and the way he motored through.
He has a beautiful centre of gravity,
Yeah.
and he runs. So once he gets out of the acceleration phase, like Monlay is just a beautiful striding
Yep.
athlete, covers more of the ground, but Portelli is just a powerhouse. So
Yeah, it's impressive. You know, two totally different body shapes, but gee, Monlay is growing into that body beautifully,
Yep.
isn't he?
And Bleacher, great run from him from
Yeah.
Maccabi to finish in third. So 10.98. So plenty of action still happening down here. We're getting to the pointy end of our 100 metres. After the under-18 men, we head to the under-20 women, then the under-20 men, and then the open women and open men for their preliminary rounds of competition. Big field of 7 in this next heat. Watch out for Andrew Howie from Diamond Valley. We'll point him out as we introduce him. He finished 3rd last year in the under-17 men's 100. So only the track events to go. We've kind of cleaned up the field. I think there might be 1 or 2 more field events. No, they've
concluded.
They've all concluded.
Yeah,
so we just have these preliminary rounds of 100 metres before our afternoon siesta.
Which is great for the field eventers. You know, they're now off for the heat of the day. We bring them back later. The 100-metre runners, this isn't going to kill them out there. They've got tailwinds. It is hot, but it's not stinking hot today. Just an uncomfortable day with the wind. But they are getting that supporting breeze as they're hurtling down the 100-metre strip.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the results of heat number 1 are up on the board. Monlade 10.93, Portelli 11.02, Bleacher 11.49. So those 3 will automatically progress, but Haddad 11.82 and Chung 11.86. We'll have to wait to the end of this heat, which is a beautiful segue to introduce the competitors in lane order. Lane 2 from Diamond Valley, Lucas Wilson. 3 from Bendigo Harriers is Danai Mahachi. 4 from Bendigo is James Miller. In lane 5, the bronze medalist from this event, the under-17 age group last year from Diamond Valley, Andrew Howe. Lane 6 from Old Scotch is Sean Elliott. 7 from Old Zavarians is Leon Yong. And in lane number 8 from Sandringham is Christopher Valkanis. That is the heat. And lane draw for heat number 2, Mr. Starter, they are all yours. So apart from Howie in lane number 5, so smack bang in the middle, 3 athletes either side of him, and Andrew is in the strip of Diamond Valley. Probably Sean Elliott and on his left in the red from Old Scotch may challenge. So clearly the starter not comfortable with something. We mentioned Andrew Howie, probably the one to watch. Don't have a lot of mail on our Bendigo athlete, Danai Mahachi from the Bendigo region.
It's good to see the other competitors coming in to help there with the block placement. A lot of camaraderie out there, Glenn, isn't it? It's always good to see. We saw Howard just pop over and help out as well. But yeah, I don't have much on the young Bendigo boy either, but we're looking at some powerhouse clubs here with Diamond Valley. Got some very good athletes coming through the sprints program.
Well, the starter calls them up. Sorry, Gilda, scare you. So they're away this time. Howe in the middle, Elliott going with him from Scotch. Howe starts to wind up, so's James Miller from Bendigo. It's Howe and Miller, Miller and Howe. Howe and Miller on the outside, Valkanis, but it will be Howe. James Miller second, Valkanis third. So plus 1.8. 11.52 the official time for young Andrew Howe. He will automatically progress.
Good run there in lane 8, wasn't it, Glenn, with Valkanis coming right through.
Yeah, so as picked, Andrew Howe, slow to get going, but yeah, Valkanis on the outside, finishing very strongly. Sometimes you miss the outside runners, but...
And with seeding, often they are the slower runners, but gee, he looks the goods, Valkanis, so I think with a bit more development, he's another name to watch out for.
So well done to Andrew Howe. Also James Miller and from Bendigo Harriers as well, so...
I think the athletes are enjoying that little transition zone. I mean, they can just take their spikes off on the fake grass.
ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, the check-in is now closed. It will reopen at 4:15. Those coming back this afternoon, check-in will open at 4:15.
Bloody hard to get good out, isn't it?
So, Tim, next event will be the women's under 20.
Definitely looking forward to that, Glenn.
Helps if I turn the microphone on. So the next event with the women's under 20 will be 105, and you mentioned you were looking forward to it, which is great. We then head into the the under 20 men's, and then the open women and the open men.
Yeah, so some good action coming up here in the sprints. Conditions are relatively favourable for the sprints, depending on those fluky winds here at Lakeside. Air temperature still rising, but still not a bad day for the sprinters. As we see the times coming up there, Monlay 10:93, then Howe 11:52, Portelli 11:02.
Presentation of the women's under 20 triple Sydney bronze medal, the jump off 10 meters, 76 from Frankston Athletic Club, Hayley Elvish. And receiving the silver medal, the jump off 11 meters, 67 from our gold medalist for the jump off 12 meters. Well done to Catherine, to Alana and Caleb, and the women's under 20 triple jump.
So, presentation for one of our triple jumps. So still some action. The women's under 20, there are 2 heats. Still yet to come out of the call room. We should be on there.
So still plenty of action to come. The women's under 20 100 metres still haven't been dispatched from call room. I'll take this opportunity to thank, of course, our major sponsor, Coles. Of course, Runners World, who have been a significant sponsor for Athletics Victoria and been our bib sponsor for over 22 years. And it was wonderful this year that we inducted Neil Ryan as a life member of Athletics Victoria, who is the principal at Runners World. Head to their website. They're located in Kew. So big selection of running apparel and shoes, all sorts of bits and pieces. Thank you to Neil Ryan, of course, newly inducted life member. Joining him this year was Khan Sharp, competition director for the 2018 Gold Coast Commonwealth Games, competition director for Nitro Athletics, held here only 2.5 years ago, Tim. Actually, no, this time 2 years ago. Seems like only yesterday for some of us. And just in between our heats, perfect opportunity to talk about a great cause from Melbourne University. Athletics is a sport for everyone, and we'd like to recognise the work done and the program that has been rolled out by Melbourne University Athletic Club, who are conducting their very first Pride round of this championships this weekend. The event aims to support GLBTIQ athletes, both within Melbourne University and also throughout all of the whole athletic community. So head down to the Melbourne University Athletic Club marquee. You can't miss them. They're the only marquee on the hill, and pick up a Pride in Sport wristband to demonstrate your support. Big thank you to Hamish Beaumont for his wonderful contribution, and all I can say is Percy Serity will be very proud of what you're doing. So a great program from Melbourne University Athletic Club, Tim. So getting behind Pride in Sport.
Yeah, and great initiative, and hopefully it it just demonstrates yet again the inclusiveness of our sport. I say to a lot of people, I believe that athletics has no issues there. It's one of the few sports where you will see multi-generations of a family competing at the same time in the same place. Working into that or weaving in, you've also got the para-athletes. And it's good to see para-athletes take their place next to the able-bodied athletes as well in general competition. Not many sports you're going to find that.
No, well said, Tim. So plenty of opportunity for anyone who's interested and who may be watching, would like to get involved from whatever level. We are great partners of Parkrun, operate over a number of destinations throughout Victoria.
Yeah, I just had about 40 of my group running parkrun this morning here at Albert Park. A great sight to see. Over 500 park runners took off this morning, and you know what we did see there. You look through the top end. It was all AV runners basically, and then you're going through then into the general recreational runner. Some run for clubs, some don't.
Which is a perfect segue if you want to get a little bit more serious or actually find out what it's like to be part of a club. Once the website's up and running, head to it. There's a great club finder on there, or certainly take this opportunity to have a conversation, even with your school. Most of the sports masters or athletics coaches are associated with AV.
Correct, and we had a great conversation with St Leonard's the other day, Glenn. We had the new head of sport wander into the office, and it'd be good to have St Leonard's College back into the swing of things here with Athletics Victoria.
And if you want to get serious, is of course the state championships, which you're watching at the moment. But our other partner is the Victorian Athletic League. Tom Burbidge, former gift winner, stall gift winner in 2011. I hope I got that year right. He's also a wonderful supporter of Athletics Victoria events. And we partner as much as we possibly can. Looking forward to do a lot more. And contrary to popular belief from Little Athletics Victoria, we do want to align ourselves with VAL and continue to do so. There's some great opportunities and events around the state that support athletics.
Yeah, and I'm following, for the podcast now, I'm following the VAL scene very, very closely, and it's good to see guys like Stevens, who we're going to see again tonight. He's done a few races at AV, but he's also been competing in the gift rounds as well, and that's where a guy like Luke, and that was where he came from originally. It's how they get themselves ready for these sort of events, Glenn, and it's a great coming together here at State Champs. There's some good VAL type runners and also the AV runners.
There's heaps of conversation, you name it, about handicap racing and running for money, but you just look at it as an opportunity to compete, which is most important. And if you do have a handicap and it makes you run a lot harder, it's all about the art of racing.
Yeah, and we saw that one of the women's 400s, I think I was commentator looking at the results from, and a girl came off 5 metres and second place was off 60 metres, 45 metres. So it's a 40 metre differential over 400, but it means that everyone's in and there's not much in it at the end.
And look, we saw the return of this handicap type racing with the mixed 4x4s and also the elimination mile. It's a similar concept. Yep. It's about chasing or being chased.
Yeah. Yeah, so yet again, athletics obviously at that crossroads, I suppose, trying to determine where we go as a sport under the threat of other major sports with television coverage. But what we're doing with the relays and events like that and these mixed gender events, I think is certainly pointing us into the right direction. And then the handicap side of it does bring excitement, there's no doubt about it, and there will be another big crowd watching the stall gift this year in 2019, which will be happening at Easter. And we hope to have AV coverage of that event as well. So the girls now getting ready for the next of our hundreds, which is the under 20s, just preparing the blocks. So as mentioned, we will be taking a bit of a break after the conclusion of the hundreds. A well-earned rest for our athletes and coaches, families, also importantly the Victorian officials. Chance to get them out of the burning sun, bring them back a bit later, all refreshed and ready to go for the afternoon or the evening session here at Lakeside Stadium. And we do thank the athletes and the coaches for being on board with these changes, because obviously welfare of the athletes, but not only the athletes, also the officials, is foremost in our minds when changing to schedules, particularly last minute changing. And hopefully everyone's had enough notice to get themselves rescheduled and here for their events. So Mia Gross, one of the standout performers, she'll be lining up in this first of the two preliminary heats for the women's under 20. She'll be running out of a lane 5. So Mia just coming into picture there. Really starting to move into this season well. Saw her sister Liv in the pole vault a few hours ago, taking that one out. So a talented family from the Geelong area. Mia and Olivia Gross. Jatchenko there, just getting the laces done. The blonde in the Essendon colours. So Stapleton there, also Glenn Huntley. The outside lanes, Aris Patsouris. So just introducing the field now for the first of two heats in the women's under 20 100 metres. In lane 3, representing Wyndham Track and Field, it's Cynthia Panikal. In lane 4, representing Athletics Essendon, Montana, Zachenko. In lane 5, from Deakin Athletic Club, Mia Gross. In lane 6, from Glen Huntley, Gemma Stapleton. And in lane 7, from Preston, it's Aris Patsouris. So 5 starters, heat 1 of 2, women's under 20 100 metres. So top 3 to go through, next 2 fastest times. So cleanly away, it's Gross and also Panikal, the early leaders. Coming at her, though, is Stapleton. So Stapleton to the outside of Gross is going to give her a real good run here, but Gross just controlling the pace there. She'll take it. Stapleton second, Jatchenko in third, and then we have Patsouris and also Panikal. So plus 2.4. We'll get a time on Olivia Gross. 12.25, the official time there for Mia Gross taking out the first of our heats. So the order qualifiers there will be Gross, Stapleton and Jatchenko. So Patsouris and Panikal to wait on the 2 next best times. So Gross just like to control that one. Stapleton put the challenge in, and you can just see Mia Gross just saying, okay, I'm just going to keep the lead here, but just do what I need to do to come through for that win. And a good win it was. So 12.25, nothing super quick, plus 2.4, so it was a nice little tailwind there, but Mia Gross doing what she needed just to advance through to the next round. So moving to the next heat, and we've got the likes of Letitia Willis. Saw her brother Taylor before getting silver in the triple jump. So Letitia is up. Kobe Holohan, another one to watch too. She's from Sandringham. Karen Hayder from Mentone. So there'll be 6 in the next heat. 3 to go through automatically, and the 2 next best times for a field of 8 in the final. So we now move to the second of our 2 heats in the women's under 20 100 metres. In lane 3 from Melbourne University, Olivia Honey. Lane 4 from Mentone, Karen Hayder. Lane 5 from Ringwood, Letitia Willis. Lane 6 from Sandringham, Kobe Holohan. Lane 7 from Box Hill, Becky Lim. And in lane 8 from Athletics Chilwell, Alana Sander. So 6 starters, heat 2 of 2, women's under 20 100. So cleanly away. We'll watch for Willis to get a move on. But on the inside lane there is Honey from Melbourne University. It looks like she's going to streak the field here. So Honey, then Willis. Gee, a late charge there from Holohan. Going to be close. 3 of those will go through. Wait for the judge's decision there on second and third, but a clear win there to Olivia Honey from Melbourne University in lane 3. So plus 2.0. We'll wait on the time. 11.80. So impressive running there, Olivia Honey.
So Tim, thanks very much for holding the fort for me.
Well, you do tend to disappear every now and then, as you're allowed to do. But, gee, some good running there. So Gross. And also in that first heat, it was Stapleton. But, gee, Olivia Honey, I don't know much about her, Glenn, and she just streeted that field ahead of Willis and also Holohan.
Yeah, Willis, season campaigner, running second, but Olivia Honey got a great start. And, again, her back half of her 100 was impressive. I think she set the scene for a very good final tomorrow. Yeah,
that's going to make the likes of Gross really work hard. There'll be everyone's just got to get out of those blocks and go for it, I think, tomorrow.
And that's it. Look, today, putting the weather conditions aside, you need to get out there, blow the cobwebs out, and just put down a time. So interesting things happen at interesting times. So wait and see what the weather conditions are like tomorrow. But we're about to head down to our next event on the track, which will be the under-20 men's.
And have you got some favourites here? How many heats are we going to have?
So we've got 3 heats.
That's excellent.
Interesting way that they've been drawn, and the heats of course are drawn randomly based on seed time. So Jordan Munyard in the first heat, we'll introduce him in a second. Fraser Paul will be the standout picks. In heat 2, Cameron De Bruin from Casey, bit of a dark horse, again ran in the All Schools last year, and Nick Jones from St Kevin's. Lachlan Juvelet in heat number 2 is a bit of an outsider as well. And then in heat 3 you got Tapasi Paye from Essendon, Nicholas Henry from Athletics Chilwell, and Sebastian Reinicke. So
there'll be 2 to go through from each.
Correct.
Auto.
2 plus 2.
2 plus 2. So this is pretty cutthroat now when we get to this level with 2 plus 2.
So I've just been handed the start sheets for the men's open. There are 4 heats, 9 in each heat. So
that's excellent.
Fun calling that one.
Yeah. I can actually hark back to Victorian State Championships probably about 10 or more years ago, Glenn, at Olympic Park, or it would have to be over 10 years. It was just a straight final of the men's open 100. They were sad days.
Anyway, let's head down to trackside. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have the first of 3 heats in the men's under-20 preliminary rounds. So it will be the first 2 place getters in each heat and the next fastest 2 times across all 3 heats. In heat number 1 in lane 2 from Athletics Essendon, we welcome Angus Wood. In lane 3 from Dandenong is Nalish Verheesen. In lane 4 from Doncaster, Jordan Munyard. In lane 5 from Geelong, Fraser Paul. In lane 6 from Diamond Valley, Fraser Jones. Lane 7 from Preston, Matthew Villela. And in lane 8 from Athletics Essendon, Jacob Philippals. That is the field for heat number 1. So we mentioned in our preamble, Jordan Munyard, so in the Doncaster colours, 3rd from the right. Also Van Heeschen in the light blue, so he's 2nd from the right. And Fraser Paul, Geelong. So my pick from the right-hand side, number 2, 3 and 4 in lanes 3, 4 and 5.
I do like that Dandenong strip. Stands out.
So away evenly in the middle. Fraser Paul the best to get going, but Munyard fires up. Van Heeschen going with him. So it's Munyard, Van Heeschen. Munyard, here comes Ball. But it'll be Munyard will take this out. Switches off Van Heeschen. Dandenong Springvale will be 2nd. Fraser Paul will be 3rd for my pick. Plus 0.2. So the wind's doing what it usually does, is creating havoc here at Lakeside Stadium. And the official time from Heat 1, 11.21.
See, that Kodak processing's going well. 11.21 there. I did like the run from both those top 2, and then it was Paul, I think, who came through towards the end. But Munyard looks strong, controlled the guy to the inside of him, I think.
Yeah, Munyard had a great season, been a big supporter of high velocity and also shield competition. Verheesen from Dandenong just getting better as the season goes on, and Fraser Paul, talk about coming home like a steam train. So that's heat number 1. Looking forward to seeing what's next. So heat number 2 just getting ready. You can see in the background. So a field of 7. So ladies and gentlemen, heat number 2. Let's introduce them to you. Lane 2 from Box Hill is Jai Kai Fan. 3 from Frankston is Seth Sullivan. Lane 4 from Casey Cardinia, Cameron De Bruin. Lane 5 from St Kevin's is Nick Jones. 6 from Frankston, Zach Lane. 7 from Old Scotch is Stephen Lowe. And lane 8 from Casey is Lachlan Juvelet. So a bit of everything in this race. Cameron De Bruin from Casey, Nick Jones from St Kevin's, and Juvelet on the outside. Not sure why he's been seated that way. It must just be the way that the cards felt. But
yeah, interesting too, he's wearing shorts. Very unusual now in these days of sprinting to see someone in the baggy shorts. But let's see how Lachlan goes. Jones looking pretty fired up there, the St Kevin's runner. This will be pretty exciting.
So they're on their marks. So all the way cleanly in the middle, probably Jones, the best to get going, is up out of the acceleration phase. Here comes De Bruin in the back half of the race, and look at him fly. De Bruin, impressive win here. Jones second. Sullivan will take third. But wow, someone just turned on the afterburners at the 50-metre mark. Great run from Cameron De Bruin. Plus 3.6. The time's going to be interesting. 10.93.
Nice run, Cameron De Bruin. Well called, Glenn Turner.
Well, I had been following Cam through Shield competition, but that was such an impressive run. And I just love I'm not going to say arrogance, but just the belief in that race. You know, he just got it at that 50-metre mark. He just went, watch me go.
Yeah,
so
it's impressive. He just turned it on, didn't it? And that was just power and strength, and good on him. Yeah, made the most of a really nice tailwind, but gee, you need ability and skill to do that too.
Well, his older brother races over 400-metre hurdles. Went to the World Juniors, or I think got a World Junior time from memory. I think it was the second time back, but certainly some great running stock in the De Bruin family. Big supporters of not only Casey but athletics in Victoria as well. So
Certainly are. And Nick Jones, good run there too from the Skevins runner.
Yeah.
You know, obviously had to put up with De Bruin just going bang, but he didn't lose his head, and Nick Jones ran through for a good qualifier. You've
hit the nail on the head. The maturity of some of these heat runs has been fantastic. So, you know, great running. Looking forward to the final tomorrow, particularly in this under 20 age group. But heat number 3, you can just see that they're getting things sorted before they are underway. And then after this, we'll have our men's open 100-metre preliminaries and our women's open. So plenty of action still to come. Temperatures just clicked over to 35 degrees. So great decision by Athletics Victoria to split this program in half, Tim.
Yeah. Well, definitely that one came from the Scotsman.
So, ladies and gentlemen, heat number 3 behind their blocks. In lane 2 from Eureka is Bryce Stevenson. In lane 3 from Ringwood, Ethan Lamb. Lane 4 from Athletics Chilwell is Nicholas Henry. In lane 5 from Athletics Essen is Tapasu Pai. Lane 6 from St Kevin's is Sebastian Renike. 7 is Damien Furlong from Diamond Valley. In lane 8 from Athletics Essendon is Ronan Byrne. That is the field for the third and final heat in this age group. Mr. Starter, over to you. So we do need to qualify your statement, the Scotsman being Ross Cunningham, our General Manager of Competitions and Government.
But I think this is working well, and you know, with athletics, it's conditions dependent, and we're trying to present the best.
So on their marks. So not quite set, but perfect opportunity. So Nicholas Henry, third from the right. Next to him in the middle in the Athletics Essendon strip is Tapasu Pai and Sebastian Renike. My tip, those 3 in the middle.
How many good Henrys have we come
Yeah,
out of the
that's
Geelong
true.
area?
And Ethan Lamb, dark horse in lane 2. So probably Henry Papaya, the best to get going, so's Furlong. Payai has flown in the first 50. He's flying and coming home as Nicholas Henry over the top to move into second. It will be Payai, Henry and Ethan Lamb from Ringwood. So it's the first two. So Payai and Henry. Ethan will just have to wait. So we're plus 1.3. 10.82 the time, a legal time for the winner to pass Supaya from Athletics Essendon. So you'd have to be happy with that, and he will be certainly a hot favourite heading into tomorrow's final.
Gee,
Well.
Interesting, isn't it? Because Henry is so slow out of the blocks. He's got so much work to do, but when he winds up and gets those legs going, it's no stopping him. But if he improves that just by a point or two, he's back right in it.
Oh, I tell you, Payai, like, shorter than young Nicholas Henry. You can see Henry there. He's a tall, strapping lad, but Payai from Essendon just built like a rocket.
And explodes out.
And
Yeah.
seriously, his acceleration is fantastic. His
And that's
parent-
got to put the pressure on someone like Henry too,
Yep.
because he's staring down. There would have been 3-4 metres gap there at one stage. So a good run from Henry, but yeah, Payai, another great Essendon sprinter.
Yep. I was just going to say that Tapusi's parents and family are standing in front of the commentary position. They were ecstatic with the time of 10.82. So well deserved. So, gee, some exciting racing in the sprints. And of course, this is the first of 2 weekends splitting the events. 1 4:15, triple this weekend, long next weekend, short hurdles this weekend, long hurdles. You get the gist. But a great way of getting everyone an opportunity to compete over 3 rounds and getting them used to competing at national
But
champs.
the good thing too, Glenn, putting my middle distance hat on, it means that the 8s and the 15s you can do both, or we're seeing some do 4s and 8s, and I think that really opens it up nicely. Then they can assess what they're going to do when it moves through to time to go to the nationals.
I think it's a great idea. You're no longer cramming it into a weekend where you have the 100s all stacked on a Saturday, and then you find by the time you get to the 200s on the Sunday, people are dropping out because they're too tired or the program's been too big for them. So some great stuff happening. We're about to have the men's open 4 heats of the 100 metres. So you can see our men, the tracker of David Armstrong, sensory perception camera, showing our athletes striding across from the call room. So the call room's located at the 1500 metre mark down here at Lakeside Stadium. So let's preview the 4 heats. So 9 runners in each heat, 36 athletes. Top 3 in each heat, and the next fastest 4 will proceed to a semi-final. That semi-final will be run at the start of a block of hundreds tomorrow afternoon. Heat number 1, we've got De Silva, Caffarella, Ashcroft, Nicolosi, Penny, Aljuma, Corey Baker, Shrek and Parker. Kyle Nicolosi probably the best on paper. Brendan Ashcroft ran 10.84 or thereabouts, or 10.94 at HVC. And Jake Penny's probably the dark horse from Geelong. Yeah, that's heat number 1. In heat number 2, the big guns come out. Michael Romanen, Jackson Milligage, Asare Amoafu, who ran the 400 last night. Heat number 3, Jackson Bennett from St Kevin's makes a return. Jacob Caesar and Attila Baron Yaya from Glen Huntley. And then in the last heat, Michael Hansford. So raced at the Canberra Track Classic, I believe, but also HVC 2 and 3. Cameron Searle probably Luke Baker from Dandenong. So plenty of depth, but it'll certainly be an opportunity to sort out the top 12 to 16 in these preliminary rounds.
Yeah, and conditions probably going to play a lot into this as well, Glenn, as in that fluky wind. If you get a nice little 2.4 to say 3 metre push, that could be the difference between making it through or not.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, and it's stating the obvious, but the start is absolutely imperative coming out of the acceleration phase. If you're not up and running, you don't have much distance to make you move through the field, and it's a bit cutthroat. Well, it's not too bad for the 100 metres for opens because it's the top 3 and the next fastest.
Yeah, it's good that we're going to that semis. That allows a lot of opportunity. It's also good to have the 3 rounds because that is a good preparation then for going through to national championships. So Victorian record here, 10.17, Aaron Rouge Surrett. Another one of Neville Silito's crop, you know, and you can't doubt Neville Silito and his ability to find and produce good sprinters.
Life member of Athletics Victoria. He was acknowledged recently at the announcement from the state government of funding for a wonderful statue of the late Peter Norman, which will be located here outside gate number 1. So in conjunction with Athletics Australia, it was great to see Neville Silito and the Norman family.
Yeah,
it's actually quite an emotional event. I don't think they'd been together since Peter's passing some years ago. But certainly a great honour, and it's wonderful that Lakeside Stadium has got 6 designated spots for statues for people who have contributed to all the sports that participate in the precinct.
That's fantastic to see, and yeah, Neville Silito is a great story. I'm hoping to actually catch up with Nev sooner or later and record some of his great stories, because he's told me a few over the years, and they are magnificent stories of things from the past and through that golden era. You know, your Gary Eddies and your Lewises, and you know, obviously, you know, Peter Norman with that magnificent career that he had, unfortunately cut short. And Neville was central to all of that. And for people who don't know much about Neville, wait till we do reveal some of those stories, because this man actually was a decent competitor in his day too. If you go back, I've been researching him on Trove, and this was a man who competed for the Coburg Club and was a handy athlete in his day, which was back in the 1940s primarily. So now into his 90s, Neville Silito, and an amazing figure on the Victorian athletics scene.
He's wonderful to talk to. He's very passionate, and he rang me, I think, every month, commencing in 2013, right up until 2018, when the announcement was made about the statue commemorating Peter's life and his contribution towards equal rights. That's not only was he a great competitor.
So unfortunately, we just got the note that Nicolucci is out of heat number 1.
So just about to get underway for the men's 100 metres. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce you to the first of 4 heats of the men's 100 metres. So, in lane number 1, we welcome from Casey Cardinia, Evander De Silva. In lane 2 from Sandringham is Stuart Caffarella. 3 from Essendon is Brendan Ashcroft. Lane 4 is now vacant. 5, Jake Penny from Geelong Guild. Lane 6 from Melbourne University is Hamid Al-Juma. 7 from Frankston is Corey Baker. Lane 8 from Melbourne University is Liam Schreck. And lane 9 from Wyndham Track and Field is Paul Parker. So, interesting first heat. My favourite, Tim Kyle Nicolucci, has not come out from the call room, so something must have happened. I hope he's okay. But in this heat, I think Brendan Ashcroft, Jake Penny. So my pick, third from the right and also fifth from the right. So either side of the vacant lane for me. So let's see what happens.
I'm going Ashcroft.
Geez, good start from Ashcroft, who got up well. So did Penny. Aljama going with him on the outside, Parker. But it's Ashcroft and Penny. Penny pulls away in the last 50. He's going to claim heat number one. On the outside, it will be Paul Parker. So those two we can safely say will get through. Close for third, minus 0.2. So the wind is doing what it usually does. Frustrating us here at Lakeside. All clear from Mr. Webster. 10.76 for Jake Penny to take out heat number one.
Gee, that was impressive, Glenn. I was going to say Penny. Last minute I shifted to Ashcroft, and gee, Penny.
I don't know what happened. Ashcroft got away really well, and then he kind of got stuck out of his acceleration
I think
phase.
Penny was out better, though. It was a really good start from Penny, and he just didn't look back from that. And and then on the outside was Parker, was it, who came through for second?
Yeah, good run from him training with the Wyndham Track and Field squad under the Hart family.
Yep. So all three of those will go through.
So it'll be interesting to see how they pull up after this. So,
but the other thing I can't believe was a minus headwind. Oh, sorry, a headwind in that one. It's just
interesting what Lakeside does. It frustrates her. She is her own maiden, as we say.
I remember when the stadium was designed, there was about a 35-page document that was done to determine what the wind would be doing at the Lakeside Stadium once constructed. And I think after reading that, the deliberation was no one knows.
Reading through the notes, it was a very difficult and long, protracted project because you had input from sprinters, middle distance runners, you had the technical officials, the jumpers, the pole vaulters wanted this. It was like
and look, you know, Athletics House went from 1 story to 3 stories to 2 stories back to 3 stories, and there was also the opportunity for a huge amount of funding to come in to do a major project over on the back straight as it is now, and to build all of the athletics facilities over there. Unfortunately, that got stymied by the Port Phillip Council, who knocked back the $7 million in funding, and it never went ahead. A little bit political, I know, but it was very disappointing that they didn't want a major athletics facility built here at Lakeside Stadium, and hence we got Athletics House.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, heat number 2 are in their final preparations. Another field of 8. Lane number 2 from Keilor St Bernard's is Timothy Peterson. In lane number 3 from Athletics Nunawading is Henry Al Jung. Lane 4 from Glen Huntly, Spencer Brown. In lane number 5, the current Victorian 100-metre champion from St Kevin's, Michael Romanen. Lane number 6 from Frankston, Jackson Miller Gage. Lane 7 from Glen Huntly, Zare Amarafu. Lane 8 from Athletics Chilwell, Callum Kersop. And in lane 9 from Old Scotch, James Rentschler. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second of 4 heats. Good luck. So my pick, Romanen, current title holder, so Victorian champion in the Open.
That's a safe pick, Len.
So 5 from the left, 4 from the right. Jackson Miller Gage from Frankston will challenge later on, and I'm going to say Amoafu in lane 7 from Glen Huntly. So they're away in the middle. Romanen got up well. Brown going with him. So it's Romanen. Miller Gage on the outside from Frankston. Romanen in front. Brown coming home, but it's Romanen will take this out. Brown will be second. Miller Gage third. Close for fourth. So minus 1.2. Just wait for the official time. .07, the official time for Michael Romanen, but it doesn't matter. It's all about qualification.
Gee,
well.
Brown just wouldn't let him go, would he?
No.
That was a good run. Just stuck right on him, and Roman surged beautifully at about the 30, but Brown went with him at that point.
I like the fact that he was challenged. And as we talked before, when you're challenged in a 100-metre sprint, you can tend to tighten up, you can tend to lose your concentration. But Roman, and very controlled, did a good job. Time didn't really matter. It's just all about placing.
Yeah, and Miller Gage was also up there, and he just had a poke across on the line. I noticed that just to make sure, I've got third, I'm pretty comfortable here. Didn't have to push any harder. I think he was totally in control of that situation and makes his way safely through to the next round.
So heat number 3, not too far away. Again, 8 starters. Jackson Bennett from St Kevin's. Haven't seen him for a while. Jacob Caesar from Corio as well. Also Attila Baronier from Glen Huntly in the blue. You'll see his strip shortly. But yeah, pretty open race, but probably Jackson Bennett. Don't forget Nathan Deslanders, who we'll introduce to you shortly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, heat number 3 in lane 2 from Glen Huntly is Ashtika Lionarachi. Lane 3 from Sandringham, Kip Wilson. 4 from Athletics Nunawading, Nathan Deslanders. Lane 5 from St Kevin's, Jackson Bennett. Lane 6 from Corio Athletic Club, Jacob Caesar. Lane 7 from Glen Huntly, Attila Baronier. Lane 8 from Mornington, Tom Templeton. And in lane 9 from Sandringham, Aaron Wood. That is the field for heat number 3. Gentlemen, good luck.
So first of our Mornington runners here, probably out of the Matt Carter stable, I'd say. They've got quite a good thing going down there, but we're not seeing too many of them entered into this championship.
Remind me, Mornington picked up the Open Men's 4x1 at the recent Relay Championships.
They certainly did with Rizzo and then the like. So they've certainly got a great program, but we're not seeing those names into this this championship, unfortunately.
Look, there's a big month of athletics coming up with Perth, Brisbane, and then, of course, the Nationals, but they're getting on their marks. So something not quite right. We've had a couple of those today. Maybe it's the heat. Maybe it's just...
I think it's a combination of heat and wind.
Yep.
It is hard. It's a bit unsettling out there, Glenn. If you do go for a wander out there, it's you'd like that wind just to be a little bit more settled.
Right. So take 2. So the way this time, Bennett got a good jump, so did Caesar. Also Deslandis, Caesar, and Bennett in the middle. It'll be Caesar from Corio on the outside flying, and then Deslandis is my pick. So Caesar, Deslandis, Bennett in that order unofficially, of course, plus 0.8, getting a little bit of a lift from the tailwind. 10.85. Just confirming, had to make sure I got the right number. Lane 6, Jacob Caesar, 10.85.
Gee, I think Caesar might be a bit of a factor in this, Glenn. That was, Penny, the Geelong Guild runner, got out to a blistering 10.76, but gee, Caesar just controlled that beautifully.
So, quickly look at the Jake Penny, Geelong Guild, Jacob Caesar, Corio. What does it tell you about Geelong?
They know how to sprint.
Correct.
Yeah.
Great running from the young man.
Some good
on
coaching
screen.
down there, there's no doubt about it. Geelong's really got some things moving beautifully.
And look, looks like he, hasn't even run a race.
No. So Bennett probably a bit slow out, had a bit of work to do. But Caesar just beautifully came through that field.
Lots of good things happening in sprinting. So we're heading into the fourth and final heat. You can see the gentlemen getting ready on your screen. So another field of 8. My clear pick in this one is Michael Hansford in lane number 5 from Casey. He's just coming in. Sorry, he's in the on your marks position on his blocks. I'll get it out in a minute, Tim. So Hansford in the middle of the field. That will be my pick. Cameron Searle and Luke Baker, sorry. But Michael Hansford has had a great run.
I'm liking the new strip at Casey Cardinia too. I do like it, actually. It's probably a little bit, I don't know, a bit more of a matured design here, and the guys are looking pretty good. Traditional colours, but now gone to a slightly different design here.
And you can catch Tim's fashion column in the local edition of Athletics Victoria.
You know, I've been around in this sport for a long time. Club development manager at Athletics Victoria for 5 years, and uniform and the way you present yourselves is important.
Well, let's talk about the fourth and final heat, ladies and gentlemen, of the men's 100 metres. These are the preliminary rounds, and your start list is as follows. Lane number 2 from Casey Cardinia, we welcome Sean Taylor. Lane 3 from Dandenong is Pravinder Bajwa. Lane 4 from Dandenong is Luke Baker. Lane 5 from Casey Cardinia, the silver medalist from last year, Michael Hansford. Lane 6 from Athletics Essendon, Cameron Searle. Lane 7 from Glen Huntley, Simon Jackson. Lane 8 from Athletics Essendon, Brian Mayengo. And in lane number 9 from Frankston, Beng Hongbat. That is the field for the fourth and final heat. The top 3 in each heat and the best 4 across will proceed to the semi-final. Mr. Starter, get them away.
So interesting to see Hongbat in this. He's the high hurdles champion of Victoria.
So he'll be back tomorrow in the preliminary rounds. I think Hansford, Searle and Baker. So in the middle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across is Michael Hansford. So Hansford got a good start, so did Searle. Searle's challenging at this stage. Hanson's firing up. Searle's got his measure at this stage. Searle and Hansford, they're both switching off side by side. Probably Hansford look to the left, look to the right. Simon Jackson, my pick from Glen Huntley, perhaps third, plus 0.4. We'll wait till our photo finish judge, Jill Wallace, gives me the nod. So Michael Hansford, 10.87, got the nod for that heat, but it's all smoke and mirrors. It's all about the first place getting. So Hansford and Searle very relaxed in that final heat. Well, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Yeah, great run from Hansford.
Well, and Searle just challenged all the way. I really like what Jackson did, though. Yeah, he was a bit off those two, but he held his nerve beautifully, and he's qualified through to the next round automatically, and he's happy about it.
Jackson, probably one of the oldest members in the field for a long time, born in 1979.
Wow.
So good run from the athlete from Glen Huntley.
Neither you and I should be talking. That means he's turning 40 this year.
Good on him.
Wow.
Congratulations. That's great.
Gee, imagine, as he goes through to Masters ranks too, because assuming that he hasn't turned 40 just yet, it's still in the early part of the year, but wow. But, it's not uncommon, probably more uncommon in sprints than distance, but, people going to their late 30s, early 40s doing very, very well. So, Jackson, good effort.
I'm just generally excited. There's so much depth in some of these heats. Even though we don't have 5 or 6 heats, we've got good quality. 4 heats coming your way.
Yep. Well, it's good that someone gets excited about sprints.
If you had it your way, you'd probably doing a semi-final of the 1500 tonight. But
never mind.
Common sense prevailed, and only 2 races: the heats last night and the final tomorrow.
Well,
so coming up, the women's 100s. You can see them warming up. So we've no longer require semi-finals. So there are 19 athletes fighting for 8 positions, just the way you like it, Tim.
That is good.
Top 3 in each heat, and the next 2 fastest will proceed to the final.
So it's cutthroat. But you do know my theory, Glenn, and that is that we would all be 100-metre sprinters if we could, but just some of us do not have that talent, and we just keep going until we find an event that suits. Says a lot about the ultra-marathoners.
Yes, well, I'll just take it as gospel.
Ella's coach of a world champion 100k runner. She's a good egg, so there's nothing wrong with them. They just keep going and going and going and going.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the preliminary rounds of the women's 100 metres. There are 2 heats, so no longer requires semi-finals. So it'll be the first 3 place getters in each heat. The next 2 fastest will proceed to the final. Lane number 1 in heat 1 from Mornington Peninsula, Hayley Sylvester. In lane number 2 from Essendon is Alana Grandine. Lane number 3 from Ringwood Athletic Club, World Under-20 representative Danielle Shaw. Lane 4 from Diamond Valley, Amarcia De Silva. Had some excellent runs in high velocity. In lane number 5, staunch supporter, state champion at several events from Glen Huntly, Christine Byrne. Lane 6 from New Zealand, a big warm welcome from Rosie Elliott. Lane 7 from Melbourne University is Eileen Forbes. Lane 8 from Old Zaverians, Olivia Owen. And in lane number 9 from Old Zaverians, Ellie McLinden. That is the field for heat number 1. Well, this will be a very interesting race. De Silva has run, I think, the fastest 100 metres this season in Victoria. Danielle Shaw is no slouch, and Christine Byrne. So my tip is in lanes 4 and 5.
Yeah, De Silva did represent Sri Lanka at the Asian Games. That is a clear... I won't call it, but yeah, that's a clear break, I'd say, for Byrne. That's very disappointing for her.
And we talked her up too, as well. So, and I think the red and black card's coming out. Oh, goodness.
Yeah. She's gone anyway, she knows. So, yeah, very disappointing for Byrne, because she would have been a player in this.
I hope my introduction didn't spook her. She has been a state champion on several occasions, but bad luck for Christine Byrne. But unfortunately, if you break, they're the rules.
Yeah, exactly right. So an international flavour to this one. So I think we will see Sri Lanka and New Zealand playing, looking for positions in that final.
So away this time, De Silva probably the best. Elliott in lane 6, but De Silva starts to wind up. The Sri Lankan representative starting to pull away. Rosie Elliott from New Zealand will be second, followed by Danielle Shaw. So good run from Amarcia De Silva, plus 1.6. So 11.94 given to Amarcia De Silva to take out heat number 1.
So quite an international flavour there. De Silva, the Sri Lankan, then the New Zealander, and then Danielle Shaw, our own Australian representative. Now, just a bit of clarification on De Silva though. Is she on the start list as Diamond Valley? So a registered Victorian athlete. We'll have to get her into uniform. But wearing invitational numbers too, so might need to check that one. But I thought she was Diamond Valley.
She can be aligned, but she is currently a representative of the Sri Lankan Athletic Federation. So she's aligned with Diamond Valley and shows her true allegiance while she's training out here, and she's being coached by... well, we will bring that to you. I've had an absolute mental blank as to who it is. But good runs from Rosie Elliott and Danielle Shaw.
Yeah, Elliott was strong, wasn't she? She just held composure.
Thank you to David Armstrong, coached by Chris Brennan.
Oh, Chris. So great, yeah. Okay.
I feel a bit like Bruce McAvaney with my statistician and encyclopedia.
Yeah, but disappointing there for Byrne, because I believe she would have been right into that race, and unfortunately just excited on the start.
So the next heat are ready to go. This is a full field of 10. Lane number 1 from Sandringham is Clodagh Grogan. Lane 2 from Casey Cardinia, Ashley Tolado. Lane 3 from Essendon, Nina Lawson. Lane 4 from Frankston, Ebony Lane. Lane 5, the bronze medalist from last year representing Old Melburnians, Brittany Burkett. Lane 6 from Box Hill, Nana Adama Uwasu of Freehee. Lane 7, all the way from Tasmania, Laura McShane. In lane 8 from Melbourne University, Cassandra Wang Lecotier. In lane 9 from Casey, Carmen De Bruin. And in lane 10 from Melbourne University is Isabel Hewitt. That is the field for the second heat of the women's 100. So this is going to be interesting. So in lane number 5 from the right-hand side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Brittany Burkett. She's next to Nana Adama Wasu Afrihi from Box Hill. So you can see them in the middle of the field. Those two will battle it out, but don't discount Ebony Lane from Frankston in lane 4. Anyone you want to add? So away cleanly in the middle, Burkett and Nana Adama Owasu Afrihi, Ebony Lane going with them, but it's Nana. Nana fires up from Box Hill, Burkett going with them. It's going to be a good win from Nana. Burkett switches off, Ebony Lane third. So 1.8. Another nice tail win for heat number 2 of the women's 100. 11.69 judged the time for Nana Adama Owasu Afrihi. So it's going to be an interesting set of finals tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our program here until we reconvene. Just a reminder.
You can head across the sets to call you all the welcome to stay with Betty if you wish. We will reopen the check-in at 4:15 this afternoon with our first field event starting at 6 and our track events at 7.
So Tim, good morning of competition, starting with our steeple and also ending with the women's 100.
Yeah, well, just getting back to that race, I thought at one stage Burkett was just going to surge to the front, but something happened and it was Nana who took the ascendancy. It was a very interesting race, and when Nana got it, she just went with it. Burkett obviously eased off towards the end, but I thought she was going to go for the lead and just didn't take the opportunity.
Nana's done a great deal of racing so far. She's got a lot to come. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our morning session. We'll bid you goodbye and return here at Lakeside Stadium for the 2019 Coles Athletics Victoria State Championships at 7 p.m. On behalf of Tim Crosby, I'm Glenn Turner. We'll see you at 7 o'clock.